Hello, and welcome to this, our 89th live stream. Osiris, God of the Dead. He's dead, dead. Dead as a door knocker. Oh boy, is he dead. uh, yeah. He's the God of the dead, and he could not raise himself from the dead. Others had to help him. So, that's of course a reference to our most recent popcorn review. A few matters of housekeeping before we begin is you are going to want to watch Monday's educational video. We have a mana machine alert, and this one's big. Okay? This one is very big. So you definitely want to tune in for Monday's Man Machine Alert. This is a discovery that's just a game changer for all of archaeology for all biblical archaeology. Okay? Now I don't like using hyperboles like this, but this one's really important. So, we've preempted our normal video schedule just to make sure this comes out on Monday. So this one is good. This one is, I think this one's really, really important, and it's going to change the way we view early Israelite culture. So, without giving away too much, tune in Monday at 8 a.m. for our Man Machine video, and then we might do who knows, a round table afterwards. So we are still debating whether or not to do a call-in show where we allow people to come in and discuss this, because it's important. This is a discovery. This is a once in 50 years kind of discovery. This is a once in 50 years kind of deal. So, very, very interesting, very, very provocative. It's an important find. So, okay. So with that said, we are also going to start getting into the questions now. Again, the rules are the same as always, which is that super chats have priority. We do start off the show with some non-super chats. If you're going to do a non-super chat and there's nothing saying you have to give a super chat, we ask that you prefix your question with a Q and a colon so I know it's being directed to me personally, not to someone else in the live stream. We also ask that you post the question only once, so I don't lose track of what's going on in the live chat, because I do scan the live chat for those questions. I also ask, too, that if it happens to do with a verse in the Bible, that you give me the book, chapter, and verse so I know where it's from. And also, if it has to do with a foreign language, tell me what the language is and what you think it means, to just give me a little bit of context, or basically a frame of reference to go on. Okay? So, with that said, let's start getting into the questions. And we are starting tonight with 5 non-super chats. Okay? Now, the first one is from Cole Walker, who says, not a question, but a reminder to show us your knives, O Pharaoh of the Forge. And I did remember, because frankly, a lot of people have been sending me reminders about this, especially on my Discord server. By the way, if you want to join us on the Discord server, the link is down in the description. So I've gotten a lot of people have asked. Okay, I don't have a lot of photographs from those days, and there weren't always very good photographs, but I've picked out 4 photographs. Okay. Okay, so let me show you 4 knives that I made. Okay. All right, so here's the first one. And again, first one was done very, very early on. And this happens to be a Tonto-style knife that I did. It had a brass handguard, cocobolo handle, silk wrap, silver fittings, and it could be completely disassembled and reassembled. So that pin is removable, and the handle comes off completely. It completely disassembles. So it was just sort of done in Tonto style. But it's not a Tonto, because it was not forged from Taganagi. Okay? So it was all 1-2 steel. Okay? So this is one that I did very, very early on. Okay? The next one I'm going to show is a small little dagger I did with Cocobolo handle. Again, 01 tool steel. That was a favorite choice of mine. It has silver and brass spacers. The pommel is sterling silver with a ruby on the end. So that's another one that I've made. And then there's this one here, which is a stiletto. I'm going to take that off so you can see that here. Okay, this is a modern stiletto. It is a triangular blade. Again, 01 tool steel. Copper fittings this time. And Hawaiian paddock wood. It's a really orange, a beautiful wood. Absolutely beautiful wood. And wood scabbard. So this was sort of a later on. And now finally, the magnum opus. Now, this is going to give away one of the Easter eggs that was in, say, the bookshelf at the back, the Easter egg hunt. But people have kind of lost interest in the Easter egg hunt. So, I don't mind showing this at this point. So, I had my fun with the Easter egg hunt. Very few people got all the Easter eggs, or actually very few Easter eggs were even discovered, to be honest. But we're going to reveal this one Easter egg, and you'll see this book on the back behind me. And it should have clued you in that there was 2 copies of that book, which means they're contributor copies. And the reason why they're contributor copies is I made that knife. Okay, now this is very special knife. Okay, this was sort of the magnum opus of what I did as a bladesmith. It was a crystal blade, 12 inches long, actually carved out of an artificial quartz crystal. I picked up at one of these gem and jewelry shows these artificial quartz crystals, and they were long and thin, and I thought, hey, perfect, I can cut this down and make a blade out of this. Okay, so great. So I got the blade. Now, the hilt and the pommel were cast in one casting vessel. Now, they weigh about 13. I had to use 13 ounces of sterling silver. Now, this was a centrifugal casting machine. Okay, so it's spinning around at 1,000 RPM. When you're casting that much silver at that speed, things get exciting fast. There was molten silver flying all over the place. It's got 6 crystal points on the side of the hilt, and in the center is a piece of specular hematite. The handle is made out of bloodwood with silver inlay. And it took a People's Choice Award at, what year was that? Was that the 2001 Worldcon? Yeah, it took the People's Choice Award at the 2001 World Science Fiction Convention, Science Fiction and Fantasy Convention. So, where we had it on display, so in their art show. So, yeah, I was contacted by HarperCollins, because they wanted to use this on the cover of a novel. It's on DeviantArt, yeah, but yeah, she saw it on DeviantArt, yeah. It was they contracted me to use the photograph, and it became on the cover of this novel. So that's why that's why I have 2 copies of this book behind my head on my bookshelf. Is because they're contributor copies. I received 2 copies, and and in addition to what they paid me to use the photograph. But the dagger is real. The dagger is real. So it was very, very exciting to do that. Now, I kind of wish we could have done it for Blade magazine or something like that, or Knives Illustrated, because those were those are the kind of the industry favorite magazines. But okay, I'll settle for this. This was pretty good. This was a pretty good run for a bladesmith of say my limited scope. So anyway, those were the knives I did as a bladesmith. At least some of them. I did a lot more than that, but I didn't photograph as many. Part of the reason I didn't photograph as many as I probably should have was I still had a film camera at the time, and I wasn't very good at film photography. I'm a lot better at digital photography, fortunately. So anyway, that said, thank you very much for the interest in my knife smithing, and so that sort of covers that. Okay, let's go on to the next several questions here. So, it's question 2. It comes from Christo Malice. Aside from the story of Samuel, is there anywhere in the Bible or early Jewish and Christian writings that mention or allude to things like ghosts, shadow men, and poltergeists? Not so much about poltergeists, or shadow men for that matter. You do find shadow men in Greek writings. The Greeks mentioned I think the earliest mention of a shadow man is in a piece of Greek literature dating to 600 BC. So that's been around a long time. Now, in the case of ghosts, the most explicit reference in the Bible to this is actually, I think, John chapter 20. Where Jesus appears to the disciples. He walks through the door. Through the door. Not opening the door, but through the door. And appears to the disciples and to the Apostle Thomas. And he says to the Apostle Thomas, "Handle me and see. A spirit, ghost, does not have flesh and bone as you see me have." So it's clear from the context of that passage that they're aware of ghosts. In fact, this is one of those things that's ubiquitous among all cultures, even those who don't write about them. So almost every culture on planet Earth has some sort of belief in this. Shadow men also, there's a lot of shadow men across a lot of cultures. Poltergeists, less so. We do find this in also Egyptian mythology as well. So there is, I'm not sure so much about Jewish writings because I'm not really caught up on my Second Temple period Judaism. So I do think that there is a lot that could be said about this, but you'd have to get more into the history of these sort of phenomenons, and I'm just not as much into the historicity of this. But we do know it goes back very far. As I said, in the Greek writings, at least to 600 BC. So that's a long ways back. And of course, then we have, Christ referencing it. So, if Christ is referencing, they've obviously knew about it. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate that question. It's a good question. It's a really good question. And I wish I knew more about the history of this to be able to flesh that out more. Okay. Saint Ronan. has a question. Is sinless perfectionism just rehashed version of faulty misunderstanding of the gospel by the Corinthians? Now, I don't know exactly what you mean by the gospel by the Corinthians. I do have, though, an understanding of sinless perfectionism. Frankly, because I encountered a very popular preacher who preaches this. I think this is messed up. Okay, I think sinless perfectionism is totally contrary to the gospel. The idea here is that once you are saved, you don't sin anymore. And of course, the corollary of that is not only do you not sin anymore, you don't need any of the Old Testament or the New Testament up to the point of the resurrection. So, in a sense, sinless perfectionists have to scrap 90% of the Bible. Just pure off scrap it. It's of no interest to them. Because that's the old man. Those are the men that could sin. You know, it's kind of like to give you an idea of what sinless perfectionism is like. If you remember Baltar from the new Battlestar Galactica when he starts that cult, and he tells you, you're perfect just as you are. That's sinless perfectionism in a nutshell. Yeah, Baltar. Yeah, it is a kind of antinomianism. It really is a kind of antinomianism. You know, if they do something crummy to another human being, well, they didn't sin because there's no law. It's really a garbage theology and dangerous too. So, you know, theology by Cylon or or theology by Jesus Christ. Take your choice here. I mean, I know which one I choose. Sorry, I don't take my theology from toasters. From toasters or heretics. No, it wasn't a Seventh-day Adventist, by the way. It was an independent church. And if I said who it was, a lot of people would know. So, it really is antinomianism. It's not legalism in the slightest. No, because these people don't believe there is a law. And these people don't believe that the law is something to be followed. It's just that you just happen not to sin. It's not even that if you do something horrible to somebody else, that you've sinned. It's that you, by definition, cannot sin. So, yeah, it's a pretty bankrupt theology. Unfortunately, it is getting very popular again. And, boy, it's bad. It's really, really bad. So, I'm not a fan of this one. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. I hope that helped. But yeah, that's sort of the two prongs of sinless perfectionism. By definition, you cannot sin, and any scripture before the resurrection is of no use to you. So that's sort of why I think it needs to be basically picked up and thrown into the rubbish heap. So I thank you very much for the question. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay, our next question here is from Matthew Chenot. Good to see you here tonight. What would you argue is the best representation and or historically accurate portrayal of ancient Egypt in the media? What might be the worst example? Now, I didn't play it very long, but I think the best one, is, at least the one that I've seen, has been most accurate. And it's got problems, but okay. The one I think is sort of the best representation that looks and feels like what ancient Egypt would have been is Assassin's Creed Origins. The costuming in Assassin's Creed Origins is spectacular. They get the costume, costuming right. The only thing they really get horribly wrong is the size and the grandeur of those temples. You know, those temples aren't that big. Not even close to that size. I mean, scale, they get wrong. They get scale horribly wrong. Okay? But the look and the feel of the villages look very much looks like an Egyptian village. Looks like very much like it actually looks very much like a modern Egyptian village too. So I think that Assassin's Creed Origins is probably one of the best representations of ancient Egypt I've seen in any media. Okay? Now, the worst. Oh boy.
There's so many contenders.
There's so many contenders, but I think the worst one I've seen is Exodus Gods and Kings. That one is atrocious on every level. I mean, you have cross-dressing kings, you have white dudes with mullets, you know. Come on. Shave your head for this if you're going to play an Egyptian. Exodus Gods and Kings is just so bad. So bad on so many levels. And just, you know, I know that, and the funny thing is, I know they had Egyptologists advising them. They just didn't listen to them, which makes it 10 times worse. Yeah, that's just really, really awful. So that's probably my pick for the worst example of, say, Egyptian ancient Egypt portrayed in the media is Exodus Gods and Kings. It was so terrible. It was so terrible. But as I said, I know they had Egyptologists advise them. They didn't listen to them. This, unfortunately, is really, really common in media. You know, a lot of movie studios, and I've worked with movie studios, a lot of game companies will hire Egyptologists to consult. You know, they'll pay them a fair amount of money to do this consultation, and then they don't use the advice because it's not flashy enough, it's not pretty enough, it's not sexy enough. It's just, oh boy. Mouthwash asks, Dr. Falk, did you try out the history mode of Assassin's Creed Origins? I forgot the exact name, but you should know what I mean. I mean, you've done... Actually, I didn't get that far in the game, honestly, to actually try history mode. Part of the reason I didn't get that far in the game was it just felt too much like work. You know, it's terrible when you start playing a game like that and you have to stop by every inscription to read it because you might think you're missing something. It tends to slow your progress dramatically. And then you start thinking, oh man, boy, this feels like work now. So no, I did not get very far in it, but it is the best representation. I have to give credit where credit is due. So anyway, thank you very much for this for the question here. I love the question, very interesting question, and I hope that satisfied it. Okay, our next question here is from Warrior of the Most High, and he asks, what do we know about ancient Egyptian villages and their daily life? A fair bit, and yet not enough. Like all things in Egypt. We do know that they had a fairly high population density. We do know that depending on the type of village, it could be sequestered. That means it had a wall around it with guards. It had we know quite a lot about village life. And that's because a lot of villages were done by, say, upper middle class, which had a lot of writing. Particularly the village of Deir el Medina. That's probably the most we know about any one village because we have thousands of pieces of writing left over from there. So, as for recommendations on further reading on the topic, okay, I will recommend 2 books here because I think both of these are really good books. The first one is Village Life in Ancient Egypt by A.G. McDowell. Okay, her book is really good. It's good for 2 reasons. One, she sort of gives you sort of a preamble, a lot of how do I say it? Background info on what village life is like. And then she gives you translations of the original texts. So it's a really, really great resource. I think that's a wonderful book. Absolutely wonderful book. Underrated. I think that one is underrated. Okay, so Village Life in Ancient Egypt by A.G. McDowell. Now, the second book I'm going to recommend is The Complete Cities of Ancient Egypt by Stephen Snape. Yes, Snape, as in Severus Snape. Now, he was my secondary advisor at the University of Liverpool, so I know his work is really good. And his wife is an excellent editor. So yeah, University of Liverpool was kind of surreal for me because I had a professor named Snape, and I also had a fellow student whose name was Potter. I kid you not. Wasn't Harry Potter, it was Dan Potter, but still, I had a Mr. Potter and Severus, an S. Snape for a professor. So, so those would be the 2 books I'd recommend. A.J. McDowell's book and Stephen Snape's book, which is, again, The Complete Cities of Ancient Egypt. And it covers both big cities and small villages. So that'll give you sort of a kind of a cross-section of what this sort of life was like, say, from the big cities all the way down to, say, the smallest villages. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Okay, now we're on to Super Chats. And our first Super Chat here is from the Camelopard for $5. Thank you very much for the Super Chat. He says, this question exceeds the donator's willing amount. Well, not surprised. They don't give you a lot of characters for that. Please refer to the comments below for the question. Thank you. All right, here we go. His question is, I have found claims that sheep herding in the ancient Near East was mainly a female profession. Was it still true in New Testament times? Would the shepherds who visited the newborn Yeshua have been women despite the Greek word being masculine? Okay. This is going to depend on when. When in the period of time you're talking about. Now, early in Israelite culture, shepherds were women. Particularly when they worked at Osiris. But again, men were consigned to the mud pits. They were consigned to make mud bricks. So the women had to be shepherds. As they're wandering in the Sinai, women still continued to be shepherds. Again, because men were assigned to the defense of the camp and other duties. Now, when you start getting into Canaan, things take a bit of a turn. Once they're into Canaan, when they're in Canaan, you start getting other problems for shepherd life. For example, you're going to have raiders. Okay. Shepherding in Canaan is going to become a much more deadly proposition than it is going to be in either Sinai or in Egypt. So what happens is when you get a more dangerous role for a job, genders tend to switch at that point. Women are sort of then reined back in and replaced by men who are more willing to take the risk. Now, in Canaan, you had to remember there were bears and lions. Okay, lions still roam the land of Canaan. So, and then you had marauders. We have the say, for example, when the Ephraimites try to take their inheritance, their shepherds are killed by raiders. So at that point, the uh, the gender of shepherds shifts from being female to being male, just because the hazard level involved, which is incredibly high. A lot of shepherds died in the field, a lot of them. Now, say in Greek times, from what we know from Greek sources, shepherds among the Greeks were men. They're essentially, as far as their class goes, the equivalent of truck drivers. They're not nice smelling people. They're unclean. It's not a profession women would have even been comfortable doing. Again, that crook and that staff, that's meant to beat predators. So they had to be proficient at that by the time they entered into Canaan. So it wasn't true by New Testament times. By New Testament times, shepherds were almost completely, it was a completely male occupation at that point. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And that's sort of it. Very early in the Israelite culture, when things were safe, yeah, you had women shepherds. When they stopped being safe, reverted back to men. Okay. Our next super chat here is from Camilla Pard. Thank you very much for the super chat. Shabbat Shalom. Well, Shabbat Shalom to you too. Question from Grandma. Oh, I'm glad she's watching. Hi, Grandma. What is frankincense anointing oil? How can you tell it is anointing oil? Is anointing oil still used today? Okay. Frankincense. Let's begin with the basics. Okay. This is a mixture of frankincense and myrrh. Now, you can't tell. The frankincense is the whiter pebbles. It's kind of all turned yellowish now, but you can tell the frankincense, it's usually a whitish resin as opposed to myrrh, which tends to be more reddish. Okay? And it was one of two resins that was very, very popular in incense. Now, what you can do is you can break this stuff down and you can immerse it in oil, and the oil will pick up a lot of the fragrance of the resins. Now, the anointing oil that was used in ancient Israel is a combination of several. It's not just frankincense. Let me just take a quick look here. So I know it has cassia in it as well. Let's see if I can find it here quickly. Yeah, it's this very, very special blend of spices. Okay, here we go. It's up here. And this is in Exodus 30, verse 23 to 25. Take also for yourself of the finest of spices, of flowing myrrh, that's essentially myrrh resin, 500 shekels, and a fragrant cinnamon. Now, cinnamon. This is probably cassia. Okay? Cassia is a cinnamon-like bark that comes out of Africa. And it was imported from Ethiopia and Sudan. Cinnamon comes from India, and it's unlikely that they would have had a constant supply of that. So it's more likely to be cassia. As much as 250, and a fragrant cane. We're not sure what the fragrant cane is. Okay. Some have suggested it's a variety of what's it called now? Sandalwood is what some people have suggested. 250, and of cassia 500. Now, this reputation of cassia here, of cinnamon and cassia. Now, the cinnamon in verse 23 is probably cassia. The cassia, the kada in verse 24 is probably something else, and we don't know exactly what that is. They probably got this transposed here in the translation. According to the shekel of sanctuary, and an olive oil a hin. And you shall make these holy anointing oil a perfume mixture of the work of a perfumer, and it shall be a holy anointing oil. Okay. So, this is a very specific combination, and again, I don't think anyone has been able to replicate this because we're still not sure of a lot of the ingredients. Now, you can't really tell it's anointing oil. You might if you had the smell of it, but if you had made it, you violated the ritual law, so most people would never even try to attempt to make this. Now, so you can't really tell if it's a holy anointing oil or of this formula or not. Very hard to tell. If you're familiar enough with the smell of frankincense and or sort of myrrh, you might be able to figure it out, but it's hard to do. Now, is anointing oil still used today? Yes, it is, but not of this recipe. Okay. Most of the anointing oil you find today is simply just blessed olive oil. Like, for example, most of the pastors that still use, do the practice of chrism, where they basically, after you're baptized or you're confirmed, they put a spot of holy anointing oil on your forehead. That's called chrism. And most of it is just plain olive oil that's been blessed. So in most cases, it's not anywhere near the same as what they say the ancient Israelites would have used. So anyway, I hope that answers the questions. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay. The next super chat here is from Mouthwash for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Any good resources on diabolic dreams? Ooh. I recall you and Kiara had one. Yes, we did. I had some the past week, and I think are almost certainly demon influenced. Possible. Now, thank you very much for the super chat. I want to take this one real seriously because I think this is an important topic. Now, the reason why Kiara and I were able to figure out that this was, say, demonically influenced was we both had the same dream, but different reactions. Completely opposite reactions, but the same dream. And, that's because the dream in our particular case was that, grandma shows up, she's acting all sweet, kind, and loving. And of course, my wife just is all tears when she wakes up in the morning because brought back feelings of grandma. And I'm going, what? Who's this person? Because my grandmother was not a nice person. Okay. my grandmother was really abusive. Okay, really abusive. So, what? Huh? This doesn't even compute. This doesn't even compute in the slightest. Like, who's this person? Like, what are you pulling? Are you kidding me? So that's how we were able to figure it out. Is after we got up in the morning, we compared notes. Hey, honey, why are you crying? Oh, I had this dream about my grandmother, and it was so sweet. Really? How odd. I had a dream about my grandmother, and she was sweet. What's going on here? So that's how we were able to figure this out. Now, they are, when we talk about dreams and diabolic dreams, we kind of have to. Tim Miero says, did you dream it on the same night? Yes, we did. Same time, just as we were both getting up. So it was the same time. We hadn't been watching the same stuff because I was studying for my seminary exams and she was watching television. So we didn't even have the same input. It was really odd. So this is a really odd. So, now, there are some dreams that are caused by sleep paralysis. And now, sleep paralysis is a medical condition. It's a medical condition that some people get where they can't move and are... Cole Walker, I don't want to tell campfire stories with Dr. Folk. You'll never sleep again. But sleep paralysis has, as one of its side effects, people experiencing things that are reminiscent of demonic manifestations. Right? Now, these dreams are so real to people who experience sleep paralysis that even though they know it's sleep paralysis, many still believe it's demonically inspired because it is such a real experience. Okay. But if you do suffer from sleep paralysis, that is a medical condition that can be treated. You know, there is medical treatment if it has become such a problem that it's causing you to lose sleep. And I would, at that point, if it's that problematic, you need to go seek medical assistance. Okay? And there's good sleep clinics out there that will really, really help you if that's an issue. Okay? So, now, I can't recommend any good resources on diabolic dreams because there hasn't actually been a lot written on this. So it's hard for me to it's the content. Okay, he says it's not sleep paralysis, it's the content of the dreams. Okay. So here's what I would recommend is prayer and praise. The two P's. Okay? Pray. You know, if this is really a demonic manifestation, then prayer is your best offensive weapon. If it is not, or if it is some malevolent entity, it will not want to hang around where there's a lot of praise going on. Okay, so fill your life with that. On the other hand, if there's something else going on, you gotta be careful because, you know, there are some times when these things are actually medical conditions. So again, I want to be balanced here. I want to take this seriously. I want to be balanced. Could be spiritual. It could be medical. It's possible, either one. Let me give you an example of a case in my particular instance where it is medical. Okay? One of the things I used to suffer from was sleep apnea. Okay? Now, when I had sleep apnea before I got my CPAP machine, I used to dream that I was being hunted by werewolves. Okay? This was an effect of the sleep apnea. As soon as I was on the CPAP machine, the werewolf dreams went away. Now, I didn't think there was ever real werewolves, but I can see that easily manifesting as some sort of other entity. Vampires, ghosts, demons. My sister claims to have seen a demonic hand when she was on some medication. Again, not exactly, it's a bad reaction to medication. So that's a pharmacological effect. Now, this is one of the reasons why, for example, the Roman Catholic Church, when they do, say, exorcisms, they have to, they first of all put the exorcism candidates through a variety of medical and psychological tests to rule out medical conditions, medical or psychiatric conditions. Now, I'm not saying you have a psychiatric condition. I'm not even saying you're having a medical condition. But it's something one does have to weigh into the balance, one way or the other. It could very well be demonic. Very well could be. And if you want the easy try out, again, prayer and praise. If it doesn't resolve with prayer and praise, then you might have to seek other avenues. But that will be an easy first step. Anyone can do that. Okay? Anyone can do prayer and praise. So
it's also, if it's a repeating thing, it could be something they're thinking of and trying to get in.
Yeah, well, as my producer pointed out here, if it's a repeating theme, it could be something demonic trying to exploit a weakness too. That's always a possibility as well. Again, though, the remedy is the same, which is, again, prayer and praise. But there hasn't been a whole lot done on, say, dream life. Now, on the other hand, you can control your dreams. Dreams, I mean, one of the things about dreams is people don't realize how much conscious control they have over their dreams. When one of the things is, I used to have this recurring dream when I was in high school that an evil monk would chase me. Okay, I don't know why evil monks, but evil monks would chase me. But I was told by a teacher of mine who happens to be fairly wise and knowledgeable about this stuff, that you can turn around and chase after whatever's chasing you. In your sleep. I turned around, chase after the creepy monk, and sure enough, he ran. And I never had that bad dream again. So we do have some control over our dreams. Now, again, this might not be the case with you. Okay? But it's worth a try, especially if it's something recurrent. So, anyway, I hope that helps. It's probably the best advice I can give you at the moment. I don't know the specifics, but there isn't a lot of other resources other than that. So, again, try out the prayer and praise. If that doesn't work, chase them down in your dreams. If that doesn't work, you might have to seek other help. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay. Next super chat is from Andrew Tinsley for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. What are your thoughts on the theory that the tribe of Dan comes from the group of sea peoples called the Denyen? I'm not a big fan of it. But then again, too, I'm more of the opinion that the tribe of Dan is one of the 12 tribes. So I know that there's a cosmetic similarity here between Denyen and Dan. The two tribal areas overlap, especially once Dan takes over the tribal holdings of Naphtali, because Naphtali would have been in that area of the Denyen. It's a theory that's vaguely plausible, but I don't much care for it because, again, I do think that the 12 tribes there's a history to the 12 tribes. Say the tribe of Dan entering into the area of the Israelite of the Promised Land with the other tribes of Israelites. So you'd have to scrap a whole lot of biblical history to come up with this. Okay? So I'm not a huge fan of this one. I'm just not a huge fan of this one. But also, too, we don't have any much from the Denyen anyway, to be honest, to make... It's sort of a theory out of nothing. It's a theory out of nothing. The only thing that's got really going for it is that there's a cosmetic similarity between the name Dan and the name Denyen. That's what it's got going for it. If that's all it's got going for it, that's a pretty weak foundation. Again, though, there's also that sort of that geographic overlap, slight geographic overlap as well. That's not enough for me. So anyway, that's the best I can say, given that there's nothing really here. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay, Andrew Tinsley again for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Did Jeremiah's prophecy that Nebuchadnezzar would invade Egypt and the city of Memphis would be made a ruin come true? Jeremiah 46:13-19. Okay. It did in a sense. Okay. Now, Nebuchadnezzar himself never personally went to Egypt. But it's very, very likely his army did. Or at least some hoodlums from his army. Because one of the things is we don't have much written from that period. But what we have is, say, a gap in the say temple records. Particularly, we also see a change in sacred furniture. Now, when we get a change in sacred furniture, I mean a big change. When you get, start with these massive, beautiful, beautifully built barks, and then you go to these little miniatures. It usually is suggestive that somebody invaded, stole the furniture, stole the cutlery, and then, took off. So we do have that around the time of say, the period of Nebuchadnezzar. So you have, say, before, you have this one sort of interruption from the New Kingdom to, say, the Assyrian period, where they come in and the Assyrians come in and steal everything. And then after the Assyrians sort of, say, let go a bit, put in their puppet government, the Egyptians start rebuilding their sacred furniture. Well, then around the time of Nebuchadnezzar, it happens again. So I tend to lean to the idea that at least, say, some of the army of Nebuchadnezzar invaded Egypt, destroyed some stuff, stole a lot of goods, and then left. So, and the fact is, too, that Memphis, we don't have enough excavated from Memphis to really know if Nebuchadnezzar was there either. So there is that as well. The excavations at Memphis are currently ongoing. Memphis is a very interesting place. It was the administrative capital of Egypt, essentially from the earliest times of, say, the Third Dynasty all the way up to the Ptolemaic period. So it's got a very, very long history. But we still don't know where everything is in Memphis. The sand there is very wet. Very wet. That was something that really impressed me when I was there, when I was at Memphis, was your shoes could get real soggy real fast standing at Memphis. Yeah, I mean, you look at the sand, it looks dry, but then there's like these puddles. It has a very high water table. Yes, it's kind of... and there's actually a few temples that are like this. Temple Mut's the same way. But Memphis, very much so. It's got a very high water table. So how much survives there, who knows? But I do know that the excavations here are ongoing. They're still digging stuff up. Who knows what they'll find? Because they're always finding new stuff at Memphis. Always. Just because it's such a long history. Such a long history, and it was such an important city. So until we get more information, that's probably the best I can surmise here. Again, nothing in the Egyptian records because they didn't have any records that we have from that period. We also just don't have anything from, say, even Mesopotamian records on this because Nebuchadnezzar wasn't part of the actual action. But there is evidence, circumstantial evidence that's highly suggested that this did happen. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay. Andrew Tinsley again for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. How long would it have taken to decipher the Egyptian language if the Rosetta Stone had never been found? Interesting hypothetical question. Okay. There is We have the Rosetta Stone, which is probably the most famous bilingual stone we have in Egypt. It's actually trilingual. It has Greek, hieroglyphic language, writing, and it also has Demotic. Okay. And even having that, it took 50 years to decipher the Egyptian language, and then another 50 years to work out the kinks. So it took a long time to actually decipher Egyptian, even from the Rosetta Stone. Now, there is another bilingual stone which name escapes me for the moment, that was actually found in the 1890s. And it's not as complete as the Rosetta Stone, but it does have both sets of writing on it. So there are other bilingual texts in Egypt. So you could probably figure, based upon that we would have probably would have been somewhere in the 1940s that we would have probably gotten, if the Rosetta Stone had never been found, some sort of grasp of the Egyptian language. And then roughly by, say, 1990, we would have figured it all out. At least most of the, as I said, most of the kinks. Okay? So it would have delayed Egyptology incredibly by not discovering the Rosetta Stone. So it would have delayed things easily by 100 years. So that's what I think as far as how long it would have taken to decipher Egyptian if we didn't have it. But as I said, we had other bilingual texts as well. So that's helpful. That's very, very helpful. So, like for example, we have a couple of bilingual texts from say Amarna that were discovered in the 1910s. So it's not the only bilingual text, but it's by far the most important for the history of Egyptology. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Interesting hypothetical question. Okay, our next super chat here is from Addison Weir for $4.99. Ooh, are you looking forward to when a certain polyamorous blogger responds to your latest popcorn review? Winky face. Well, thank you very much for the super chat. Ooh, gross. Ew, yuck. Look, whenever a somebody gets a popcorn review, the first thing they always say is I'm going to respond to this. It's coming. I'm going to respond to this. And then they sort of discover it's not so easy. And smart money thinks better of it. Smarter bloggers will basically take their lumps and let it pass, and not respond at all. Those are the smart people. The ones that aren't so smart will double down, and then you get dumpster fires, and those sort of dumpster fires nobody looks good with. Particularly not the ones that responded. So, Billy Bob says, the popcorn reviews are ruthless. Yeah, this last popcorn review is pretty toned down, actually. Asking Weird, I'm referring to Richard Carrier, right? No, I didn't. I did not know you were referring to Richard Carrier. Has he actually said he was going to respond to it? That's pretty. That's pretty. Okay, he's welcome to. Richard Carrier. I'll take him down too. Just okay. He wants to do that. That's his skin. That's his reputation. So all right, good for him. Welcome it. And frankly, I don't mind if they do this at all. I mean, frankly, the more they respond, I mean, I love when they, I mean, I love when these guys respond. Frankly, go ahead, roast me alive. It's great. I think this is fantastic because, frankly, every time these guys, respond, my user count goes up, my subscriber count goes through the roof. They're just propelling me towards 1 million subs. Fantastic. Go for it. Bring it on. I love the boosted subscribers, they look like an idiot and I get paid. It's better. I mean, so yeah, it's like absolutely go for it. Be my guest. Welcome it. Oh, well, thank you. Yes, this is one of our mugs from the merch store. This is our Mr. Empty Conjecture mug. We just got it in this week. I am also currently wearing the logo t-shirt. Stand up so you can see the logo t-shirt. Okay, there's the logo. All right. So, yeah, we're actually very happy with the merch, but that's a different thing. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, every time Kip responds to me, like Kip Davis, he'll take a swipe every so often and post a little, review because he's too chicken to face me head on. But every time he does this, my subscriber count, I get like 100 subscribers in a day. So it's just like, oh wow, okay, fine, absolutely. You're just making people aware that I exist, and I love it, absolutely love it. So again, they look foolish, and I get paid. I can't. It's a win-win, totally a win-win. So anyway, if whoever this individual is does respond, fantastic. Looking forward to it. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay, our next super chat here is from Cataphracт3 for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is the funniest hate mail you have gotten? Okay. I don't know if this is objectively funny, but this is the hate mail. I'll show you the hate mail that made me laugh the most. Now, this as far as hate mail goes, the video I get the most hate mail on is actually a little short that I did where somebody asked the question, do modern archaeologists accept any of the findings of Ron Wyatt? Wow. I mean, it was my most watched video of last year. And boy, I get hate mail from the Ron Wyatt supporters every day. Every day. Yeah, it's the Ron Wyatt supporters are just sort of they're a breed all of their own. They're a breed all of their own, and they've been sort of preaching hellfire on me and basically saying that I'm the devil and I should repent and I'm gonna regret someday attacking God's sacred prophet Ron Wyatt. So so I get a lot of hate mail from the Ron Wyatt guys. But the one of Ron Wyatt supporters the comment that I got from the Ron Wyatt supporter that made me laugh the most was this one. Okay? Satan, is that you causing doubt? Now, what made me made me laugh at this was how I responded to this. I said, Satan is not in the office right now. Let me take a message and he'll call you back at his earliest convenience. So this is the one that made me laugh the most. I don't know if it's the most objectively funny, but I saw the most humor in this one. So anyway, that's the answer to the question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay, our next super chat here is from Amir Eshafra for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Dr. Falk, did you know Christians stole the multiplication of loaves in the Gospels from Horace, having to live on 7 loaves? Oh, dear. Well, of course. It's not the 7 loaves. I mean, it's the fact that they both had bread. Jesus had bread. Horace had bread. That's obviously a ripoff.
Neither one of them went out for dinner.
Yeah, because neither one of them had donuts or bagels. I mean, come on. Obviously a ripoff because they both had bread. No, some of this mythicist stuff is... it does get that stupid. I mean, really does get that stupid. Like, for example, I even saw this, like, for example, on the Serapis. One of the reasons Serapis is Jesus is because he had a beard. Jesus had a beard. Serapis had a beard. Therefore, they're the same. Yeah, almost every man in the ancient Near East had a beard, but yeah, a surprising number of the women too. But we won't go there. But yeah, it's these ridiculous cosmetic comparisons that are just stupid. They're stupid and foolish, and they're illogical. I mean, they're association fallacies. Jesus had a mustache. The guy who headed the National Socialist Party in Germany had a mustache. They're the same, obviously. Just wow. You would think people wouldn't think this way, but somehow they still manage to, and it's just like there's just that sort of will to believe, just so that they don't have to believe. Crazy. It's crazy stuff, but it's just so common these days. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat and for the levity as well. But wow, I wish it wasn't this crazy, but yeah, it is this crazy. Whew. Okay. The next super chat here is from Lion Green for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Does the prince of Daniel 9:26 refer to Titus, who was prince under Vespasian? Okay. Let's pull this up. And let's go to Daniel. Daniel 9:26. Okay. Then, after 62 weeks, the Messiah will be cut off and have nothing. And the people of the prince who is to come will destroy the city and the sanctuary. And its end will come as a flood. Even to the end, there will be war. Desolations are determined. Okay, now, there's a couple things I want you to note in this passage. First thing is it's desolations, plural. Not just one desolation is anointed unto Jerusalem, but several. Okay? So, that should give you a hint that this is not strictly speaking of, say, the Roman conquest in 70 AD. Second, the people of the prince who it is to come. Now, there's a prince of the people who is to come. Now, we can say that Titus is a type of prince who is to come, but he is not the prince who is to come, because if you read into verse 27, it says, "And he will make a firm covenant with many for 1 week. But in the middle of the week, he will put the stop to the sacrifice and to the grain offering, And on the wing of abominations will come one who makes desolate, even until a complete destruction, one that is decreed, is poured out on the one who makes desolate. Okay? Titus didn't make any treaties. He wasn't making treaties with anyone in Jerusalem. There was no détente for that 7-year siege. Okay? They basically surround that city from year 1 and continued all the way to year 7. So, yeah, Jerusalem was in a bad state at the end of that 7 years. So there was no treaty here. Now, the other thing about the wording of verse 26, it says the people of the prince who is to come. So it basically is telling you that there's a people who will come. And that people are associated with a prince that is yet to come. So I think in the first case here, the people is, say, the Romans. I think that's very, very likely a good interpretation of this. But of the prince who is to come is not talking about Titus, but somebody who is yet to come. So these are the people who are in the likeness of those Romans. Okay? And that likeness of the Romans is that they are, say, a pattern of people who are going to be like the future prince, people of the prince who goes from the prince who is to come, the prince who does arrive. Okay, so there's actually a lot in this text that sort of rules out Titus being that prince. Okay. So there's a lot in this passage that just sort of rules out the whole sort of preterist idea. But it doesn't also, at the same time, rule out, say, the Roman siege of 70 AD as a type of this, and even allows an interpretation of that. That interpretation being the people, you could say that's the Romans. That's totally reasonable. The prince who is to come, you're going to have to defer that past Titus. Although Titus is certainly a type of prince who is to come. But he's not the prince is to come. And again, because many desolations are determined. Not just one. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Interesting question. It also requires you to really sort of dig into the scriptures here and really sort of parse it out to sort of get a sense of what's going on. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, and now we are on to Twidget. So let's go up. Okay, and our next super chat here is from Angel WVM for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Folk. Happy Friday. Well, happy Friday to you too. Do you know what language or languages Moses might have spoken and written in? Yes, we actually have a pretty good idea of this. Because we have some idea of, say, how the Egyptian, say, scribal training schools worked. Okay, so he would have known, say, Middle Egyptian, Late Egyptian, okay, because those are two working languages. He would have known Middle Egyptian for monumental inscriptions. He would have known Late Egyptian because that's the vernacular of what Egyptians spoke. He would have known Akkadian if he wrote diplomatic correspondence. Now, not all scribes were taught Akkadian, but a lot of them were. And he's probably one of those that was probably taught Akkadian. And he was probably taught a dialect of he probably learned a dialect of Amoritic. If you want to know more about this, check out the Monday Man Machine review, or Man Machine alert, because we're going to get into this. this is really interesting because of this recent discovery that that we're going to talk about on Monday, because this is going to inform that a lot. So he would have known at least 4 languages: Middle Egyptian, Late Egyptian, Akkadian, and Amoritic, or at least something close to that. The local dialect of Amoritic. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Great question. We should also point out too that he probably would have been able to read a hieroglyphic, demotic, hieratic, and cuneiform. So he actually had probably a very, very diverse reading set on top of it. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Okay. LOL Gamer 0520 for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, hello? I hope he means hello. Anyway, hello to you too. If there's I don't see a question here. If there's a question here, we will take it. I don't see one under here. But I do appreciate the super chat. So if you have a question, post it and we'll answer it. But very much appreciate the support anyway. So thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciate, and you know, I'm glad you could be here tonight. So thank you very much. Okay. Angel WVM for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he asks, do you know why David chose Solomon as the next king? It seems from 1 Kings 1:5-6 that Adonijah was the next in line. Okay. Because one of the things about kingship is that if you're alive, you can choose your successor. Kingship in the ancient Near East was not automatically given to the next son. In fact, we do have instances all across the ancient Near East where the oldest son did not ascend to the throne. We find these examples in, for example, Egypt, where there was an older son, but he happens to be son of the great queen. And the sons of the great queen in Egypt were the ones that inherited the throne, not necessarily the eldest son. The same is true, for example, of, say, nearby kingdoms like Israel. So it's likely, even though the text does not explicitly say it, that the children of Bathsheba were given preferential treatment. We don't know exactly why, but David is, we do have, say, for example, some references in the books of Kings that God anointed Solomon. Okay? But what was David's decision-making process here? We don't know. We're not told what is, but there does seem to have been a co-regency. So David has already appointed Solomon to take over before his death. And Solomon is already reigning as co-regent. So there does seem to be that David has already accounted for, say, perhaps instability in the transition. So there's definitely some suggestion that Solomon was already king in everything but name alone by the time David died. So the reason, we don't know the exact reason why Adonijah was rejected, but he apparently was. And when he does attempt to do a takeover, and it doesn't end well for him. So we don't exactly know the whys on this. And we have to understand that history very rarely gives you the whys. It can give you the whats, it can give you the whens, it can give you the wheres, it can even, to some extent, give you the hows. But the whys, those are one of the most difficult historical questions to answer, because oftentimes people don't leave their reasons for doing something, only that they did it. And this is the case here. So the question of why is one of the most difficult questions to ever answer as a historian. So again, this is the problem we're going to have here, is we know that David did it, we don't know why he did it. So unfortunately, that we have to sort of leave it there. But anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. And it is a good question. It's just one of the most difficult questions in history to answer. Okay. Aston Weir for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. So far, what is the funniest, most desperate comment you came across responding to your latest popcorn review? Oh boy. We did have a couple of jokers. Come on. We had one guy who tried to compare me to the comic guy on The Simpsons, and completely missed the point of the entire video. That was pretty desperate. I mean, that was pretty desperate. You know, most of the comments that we had from that video, the ones that were say on the more desperate side were very smug. So it's like, okay, yeah, whatever. It's like, you feel better now? Feel better? Yeah, so it's just like, okay. When they start getting down to low content objections, like how I look, how I dress, people saying comments about how I smell, how that works over video, I don't know. But I do get those comments, you know? My producer says if I smelled bad, she wouldn't have married me. Well, there's a testimony there. So, when it gets down to low content objections like this, it's just like, yeah, it gets pretty bad. I mean, it gets pretty desperate. And you kind of know at that point that they're flailing. That's the best they can do is flailing and misquotes. It's like, okay, you're yeah, so historical gaming strategy. They must have a pretty powerful sense of smell. Especially since we live in Canada. Yeah, that'd be quite the sense of smell. If they can smell all the way to Canada. Yeah, just yeah, there was some pretty cringe stuff. But that's not uncommon for a popcorn review. A lot of our popcorn reviews get some pretty cringe things. But again, it's still none of this, and frankly, none of the stuff we've gotten from atheists in general are nearly as bad as, say, comments are from the Ron Wyatt people. Now, there have been some exceptions. One of those exceptions was Heathen Queen. And what made her comment so desperate and cringe was she was resorting to anti-Semitic slurs. So it's like, okay, that's pretty bad when you have to resort to anti-Semitic slurs. So, that was probably the worst I've ever seen from an atheist. That's the worst behavior I've seen from an atheist, is Heathen Queen. And again, it's because of the anti-Semitic nature of it was so reprehensible. It was awful. It was awful. So, but apart from that, most of the atheists who've come back on the channel have actually been very well behaved. Most of them have been very, very well behaved and very respectful. We've even had some who've said that I don't agree with Dr. Falk at all. I don't agree with him at all. But I can't help respecting the quality of his discourse. Okay, that's not bad. I'll take that. I'll take that any day. But when it starts getting to slurs and that sort of thing, that's sort of where we draw the line. At that point, we don't let that get out of hand. We don't let that get out of hand. So when people start, going down to that lower level, we cut that off pretty quickly. We have no problem banning people who use racial slurs and, harass other people. So, and harassing me included. If they start getting to that point of harassment and they're not even serious about discourse anymore, yeah, we ban that. Because it's against our policies. We have policies against that. And frankly, so does YouTube. So, we try to be very judicious about that, but at the same time, too, we don't let that get out of control either, because we want to create here a respectful community. Now, with that said, we do allow a certain latitude of desperation and flailing to go on. So if they want to flail, that's fine. And we will treat that with all the respect it's due. So with that said, I hope that answered the question. Thank you very much for the super chat. I don't have a specific comment to pull out here that says that most desperate, but as I said, probably the most desperate one was the guy that called me the comic book guy from The Simpsons. So, if that's where you're going with this, then that's that's pretty weak. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Take the hardest Hebrew word, combine it with the hardest Egyptian word, and speak it. Do it. Oh, I wouldn't even know where to start with that one. What's the hardest Hebrew word? I mean, the problem with Hebrew is its triconsonantal roots. Almost all Hebrew is equal in how you pronounce it. Toevo, abomination, maybe. But I don't know what would be the hardest Egyptian word, because again, Egyptian's pretty easy to pronounce. Those are not difficult languages to pronounce, either one of those. So, it's not like Akkadian. Akkadian has got some really twisted things. Like you want tongue twisters, go for names in Hittite or Akkadian. Wow, you got some really fun stuff in both Akkadian and Hittite. Like the emperor of the Hittite Empire, Supiluliluma. I mean, that's a tongue twister. Then you've got, say, those beautiful long Assyrian names like Tiglath-Pileser, Shalmaneser, Sennacherib. These are difficult words if you don't know how to pronounce them. But at the same time, too, there's it would even, I don't even know how I do combine those, even if I could. So I'm not sure how I would even do this. Again, there's not a lot in Hebrew that's especially difficult to pronounce. And the same goes for Egyptian. Egyptian is also relatively easy to pronounce. So I'm going to have to probably disappoint you on this one here, just because combining them would not actually make it any more difficult. So I'm gonna have to probably give this one a pass, just because I can't think of any Egyptian word that's really, really difficult to pronounce. As I said, probably the most difficult one is in Hebrew is probably toeva, but that's probably what I think would be probably the most difficult to pronounce. Now Greek has some real tongue twisters, but I'm not, again, proficient enough to at Greek to really pronounce that without embarrassing myself anyway. So I'm gonna give that a pass also. But anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Pablo Andres for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, "Great refutation of atheologica. What are your thoughts on Francesca Stavrakopoulou's work?" Okay. Now that would be difficult to pronounce if you didn't know how to do it. Stavrakopoulou is wow. She's fringe. Okay, she's out there. You know, she thinks that, for example, redemption of the firstborn in the Torah is child sacrifice. She thinks God had a body in the ancient Near East. Okay, well, you know, I can see where she could get that idea, but it's still kind of odd. She has some very, very weird ideas. So I don't have a high opinion of her work. I never have had a high opinion of her work. I think it's there's just some stuff that she does, especially that child sacrificing. I think that's just crazy. All right. And the whole purpose of the redemption fee is so you don't sacrifice your kids. So the idea that it means really sacrifice is sort of flipping the meaning of the text on its head. So I don't care for her work. I don't care for her work in the slightest. But I also think she's kind of a waste of time too. She's window dressing. She's theological window dressing. She's basically attractive. And that's why she's always featured on, say, BBC shows. It's because she's one of the few theologians that doesn't look like an old gray man who's dusty around the ears. You know, that's going to get you an audience. And, you know, not to be crass about this, but when you start doing theology by cup size, that's a bad start. So, and it's really clear that that's what they're doing with this. So, and she plays it too. She plays it too. You know, it's not like she isn't doing this. So, again, I think her work is atrocious. I think how she presents herself is not as a serious scholar. And she's really on the periphery of, say, liberal theology. So I don't have anything more to say than that. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Ask and Weird for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. No one was more knowledgeable on Egyptology than the late, great Akira S. Who's that? I have to look that up because I don't know who that is. I'm pretty sure that there's a tongue-in-cheek thing in there, but I have no idea off the top of my head. I might know if I looked it up, but Akara or Akaria S. Okay, Akara S. Okay. Oh, her. Oh, Dorothy Milne Murdoch. Okay. Okay, I know who Murdoch is. Yeah. Oh my gosh. That woman was nuts. Yeah, that woman was completely unhinged. Oh boy. Yeah. This is somebody who did not have the either the credentials to do Egyptology, or even a good sense, to be honest. She's from... I'm just reading her Wikipedia page here. Bachelor of Liberal Arts in Classics, Greek Civilizations from Franklin Marshall and Marshall College. Yeah, that's a bad foundation. And then spent a year at the American School of Classic Studies at Greece. Okay, so she has one undergraduate degree. That's it. And in a field that's really unrelated. So yeah, this woman's embarrassing. I recognize her by her real name, which is Murdoch, but I didn't recognize her pen name here. But yeah, but it's amazing how many of these mythicists don't have advanced degrees. Just really amazing. You do get the occasional, like Richard Carriers and Robert Prices that do. But even then, they're usually in disciplines that are unrelated, or at least marginally related. So, but yeah, it's pretty crazy stuff. Pretty crazy stuff. So yeah, I am familiar with some of her material, but again, this is fringe stuff on the extreme of fringe. So, historical strategy gaming. Maybe her and Roll should have a program together. Yeah, that would be difficult since she's dead. Okay, that would be quite something if she was able to pull something off. She died in 2015.
AI and
AI, maybe an AI avatar. Who knows?
there's a lot of actors now who are signing contracts. Giving death rights.
Well, that is true. She wasn't that old when she died either. She was like 55. So, but yeah, so it'd be very difficult for her to have a meeting at this point with Robert Price. Robert Price is more likely to join her than she's to join him, okay? I mean, let's face it. Robert Price looks like he's got 1 foot over the grave and 1 foot on a banana peel, okay? Let's be honest here. So he's more likely to join her than the other way around. Okay. So, with that said, thank you for that very tongue-in-cheek super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Pablos Andre for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. I've heard that 80% or more of Egyptologists think that the Exodus was based off of history, but avoid the subject because it's politicized. Is this true? Probably not. Now, at least 20% of Egyptologists do believe in a historical Exodus. Now, some of this is religious, and not necessarily Christian. A good majority of Egyptologists are Muslim. Okay? Good Muslims do believe in a historic Exodus. At least the ones that aren't totally anti-Semitic. But it is very politicized too. It is very, very politicized. And it's politicized for a few reasons. And it's not just the late date stuff. It is politicized in Egypt itself. Because any sort of credence to a historical Israel is seen as a threat to the Arab Near East. Okay? This is Arab-Israeli politics coming into play here. So, with that said, there are a lot of Egyptologists that believe in a historical Exodus and will never say a boo about it because they don't want to tick off the Egyptian Council of Antiquities. They want digging rights. They want to be allowed to dig. If you're seen as a proponent of a historical Israel, they don't allow you to dig. I mean, frankly, James Hoffmeyer lost the chance to dig in Egypt because he wanted to dig at Tel Yehudiya. mound of the Jew, and he wanted to do a excavation of the temple of Yahweh at Tel Yehudia. Well, this was a politically hot site just because it gave credence to the existence of Israel, modern Israel. So because of that, even though a lot of Egyptologists believe in a historic exodus, and many more believe that there's evidence for an exodus, they're not going to say it. Just because it's just it is political hot, especially if you want to keep digging. And for a lot of Egyptologists, that privilege to dig is really, really special and really important. But there are about 20% who will come out and basically say, yeah, they do believe in a historical exodus. So, anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for this super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Say the following word in Hebrew. Addison, you're getting desperate here, okay? Thank you very much for the super chat. I'm not into tongue twisters. Even if I did, I don't even know how to say that in English, let alone in Hebrew. So, I think you're out of luck here on this one, okay? I mean, my pronunciation is not the best not good at the best of times. So, you're going to be disappointed if you keep trying to make me do tongue twisters, because it ain't happening. It ain't happening, dude. I mean, when I was trying to learn a little bit of Mandarin, the very there's a very famous tongue twister, ma 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 ma, or something like that, and I butchered it. I totally butchered it because that tonal language is just something that's really, really difficult for speakers of non-tonal languages to understand. So I ain't gonna even try this. I mean, it's nonsense anyway. So it's just okay. Yeah. Think again. All right. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. And another one from Allison Weir, continuing to try to yank my chain. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. I do appreciate the contributions. All those contributions help this channel grow. And he keeps us laughing. Yes, okay. The pyramids were built by aliens, the Illuminati, and the mutant apocalypse. Everyone that disagrees me is the shill for the U.S. government. Okay, well. Yep, we all are shills for the U.S. government. I mean, look, even us Canadians, yes. I mean, I did get one Ron Riot supporter, actually a couple Ron Riot supporters that said that I was being paid to diss on Ron Wyatt. Paid? Like, where's my check? Hey, if I'm getting paid to diss Ron Wyatt, where's my check? I want to know where my check is. I mean, if I'm getting paid to criticize Ron Wyatt, I want my money. Because I haven't been paid in a long time. Yeah. Yeah. Pyramids were not built by aliens, in case anyone here thinks otherwise, or the Illuminati, or the mutant apocalypse. Yeah, the mutant apocalypse is the most credible of the three, but wonder what kind of mutants they would be. 6 arms?
Well, they'd have to be, and like.
Yeah, twice as tall. There's 8-foot spider giants. 8-foot spider giants. Ooh, that's who built the pyramids. 8-foot spider giants.
Thank you, Edison.
Thank you, Edison. You just got your money's worth. The Rock from The Mummy 2. You know, the Scorpion King. You know, an army of Scorpion King people. That's who built the pyramids. Addison Weir says it's an X-Men reference. Well, considering I don't watch X-Men, your check is coming, Dr. Falk. It's got stuck in customs. It was one of those huge checks that had 10 million on it. Well, if it ever arrives, that'd be a pleasant surprise. Could use the money. Oh, boy. Yo. But I do like the spider mutant theory. I love the spider mutant theory. I think it's the best theory for the pyramids ever. Best theory ever. Okay. Well, I think we got a serious question here for a change. Polycarp Salavarieta for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is Psalm 22, Isaiah 9:6, Isaiah 53 about Jesus? All right. Here's the simple answer to the question: is yes. Okay, that's the simple question. A lot of later Jewish writers are going to say it's about the nation of Israel. However, there are things about this that these passages that are just not characteristic of, say, a national identity. So, we'll pull up our Bible, and we can't cover all of these in depth, because you got too many passages here. Okay? But we'll just quickly survey a couple of them here. A couple of highlights in those passages, and we'll start with Psalms here. All right, so Psalm 22. All right. Now, the whole my God, David says, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? From deliverance are my words are groaning. Oh my God, I cry by day, but thou didst not answer me, and by night I have no rest. Okay? So, these are the same words that that Christ, says on the cross. Now, verse 6, but I am a worm and not a man, a reproach of men and despised by people. This is clearly not Israel. Okay, this is clearly not Israel. This is talking about the person. And we can just sort of go on here, as it were. For dogs have surrounded me, a band of evildoers has encompassed me. They pierced my hands and feet. Now, that's a very, very strange thing to say about Israel, considering that crucifixion had not been invented yet in Israel. There was no crucifixion yet in Israel. So, piercing your hands and feet is a very strange thing to say, pre-crucifixion. So verse 18, they divide my garments among them. For my clothing they cast lots. And it goes on. So I think this is a very, very strong indication that it's referring to Jesus. Okay. Now that's going to be my personal opinion, but it's also the opinion that's sort of, say, doubled down on by the Gospels. The Gospels will also have this sort of opinion, and the early church fathers also. So I think in the case of Psalm 22, it's definitely Jesus. Now let's go to Isaiah 9:6. Isaiah 9:6. All right. Now this is one of those, say, prophecies that's an amphibole. It's referring to two different things at the same time. On the one hand, it is talking about the Syro-Ephraimite War, which is the war between Israel and Aram. Israel and Aram versus Judah. Okay? So this is talking about the Syria-Ephraimite War. Okay. Now, this is looking at it from Judah's perspective, where basically the king goes, hey, we're in trouble. And the prophet says, hey, trust in God. And if you don't trust in God, bad stuff's going to happen. Oh, ultimately, the king doesn't trust in God. And he's given the alternative prophecy instead of this one. And this is the one that would have been given to the king if he had obeyed. For a child will be born to us, a son will be given to us, and the government shall rest on his shoulders. And his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Eternal Father, Prince of Peace. There will be no end to the increase of his government of peace on the throne of David and over his kingdom, to establish it and uphold it with justice and righteousness from then and forevermore. The zeal of the Lord will accomplish this. Okay, so basically they would have, if the king had basically been faithful, there would have been, this child born that, say, represents this sort of Davidic promise. But instead, it doesn't happen because he wasn't faithful. But God is still faithful to his promises, and to put a person on the throne who will forever be of the line of David. So this is where it gets to that amphiboly. There's that one local nearby, say in respect to the Syria-Ephraimite War interpretation. But then there's also, say, the second one, which is messianic. So here we definitely have, say, definitely a messianic thing. There's a reference here to the throne of David, and that not just that this person will be put on the throne of David, but it will establish it from then and forever. This is an everlasting kingdom. So in that respect, Jesus fits this bill just fine. And then you have Isaiah 53. Now, this is a very interesting passage historically, because one of the things about this passage is, while historically Jews in the past would read this passage, in the last several hundred years, Jews have been told not to read this passage, at least not to read it without, say, the consultation of a rabbi. Just because of its strong messianic connotations. Verse 1, who has believed our message, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? For he grew up before him like a tender shoot. This is an allusion to the stump and the suckling on the stump of Jesse. Like a root out of parched ground, he had no stately form or majesty, that they should look upon him, nor appears that we should be attracted to him. He was despised and forsaken of men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief, and like one from whom men hide their face, he was despised and we did not esteem him. Surely our griefs he himself bore, our sorrows he carried, yet we ourselves esteemed him stricken, smitten of God, and afflicted. Penal atonement. But he was pierced through for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. The chastening of our well-being fell upon him, and by his scourging we are healed. Okay? Definitely messianic. Definitely messianic. And it's very much in line with the theology that we find in the New Testament, where Christ is wounded for our transgressions. He takes the price of sin, smitten by God. That whole penal atonement thing, that, we are bearing the price, Christ is bearing the price of God's wrath against sin. So, absolutely, I think all three passages do refer to Christ. Some have another meaning, but they're ultimately going to go back to a messianic sort of vision of the coming Messiah. Now, whether that's Jesus Christ or some other person in the future, is going to depend on your religious perspective. But I cannot see these passages being anything other than messianic. You'd have to really strain a gnat here to see them as, say, the nation of Israel. Okay, so that's my opinion on these passages. I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Okie dokie. Our next super chat here. All right. Is from Tim Miara here for 5 British pounds. Thank you very much for the super chat. Could you elaborate how it is possible that your rather literal planned lifespan reading of Genesis 5 and 11 does not commit you to Adam living at 4000 BC? Oh, absolutely. Okay, here's how this works. The fact is that the son does not, the age at which the father, when you look at the structure, let's bring this up. Let's bring up an example here. Okay. We are going to be talking about here the difference between Eastern and Western readings. Okay? Okay? Because this is going to be very, very important. I'll go to near the end here. Okay, and actually go somewhere in the middle. Somewhere where it's kind of a plain. Okay. So let's start at verse 18 here, because we'll start with Jared and Enoch, okay? Now, there's a structure to these toledot, and a toledot is kind of the Hebrew word for genealogy, okay? Now, when we read something like this, and I'll read the passage here, and Jared lived 162 years and became father of Enoch. Then Jared lived 800 years after he became father of Enoch, and he had other sons and daughters, okay? Now, there is a built-in assumption when Westerners read this passage, okay? That built-in assumption, and, it's a totally reasonable assumption if you're coming from the West. That assumption is that Jared lived 162 years, became the father of Enoch, but that 162 years was the point when Enoch was born. This is an assumption we make in the West. Okay, but it's not an assumption in Eastern genealogies. And here's the issue. The issue here is, say, honorific transposition. Okay? Birth order in Eastern genealogies can be moved around to honor the most important son. And it was done frequently. This is not uncommon. So here's the issue. Just because Jared became a father at 162 years does not necessarily mean that Enoch was born when Jared was 162 years. It could have been one of Enoch's brothers or descendants. So, and that's a very, very important distinction here. Okay? So it could have been, Enoch's grandfather who was born when Jared was 162 years. Well, if that's the case, you cannot add the first when we calculate those 4,000 years, it's usually done by saying, okay, Jared lived 162 years, and then you go right to the next one. Oh, Enoch lived 65 years. Then you go to the next one, and so on down the chain of the birth of those particular first individuals. But because you can't tie the son to the time of the birth by the father, it breaks down. So this is why it doesn't commit you, because Eastern genealogies aren't structured like this. They look like this to the Western eye. Western eyes don't have any other ways of reading this because we don't have, say, creative genealogies. Frankly, in the East, genealogies can get very, very creative. And they're done for a whole lot of different reasons. Like, for example, one of the most interesting genealogies, for as far as I'm concerned, is the one we find in 1 Chronicles 6:33 to 37, where the posterity of Samuel is grafted into the genealogy of the Levites. Well, Samuel's an Ephraimite. There is no way Samuel is related to the tribe of Levi. Just isn't done. So I'll get to your second question here in a moment, but let me just finish off here. So there's a huge genealogy in 1 Chronicles 6. It's like 18, 20 generations. But there's no way that all those generations are sequential or even related. So once you start doing creative genealogies in this way, see, all bets are off. You can't then try to do any sort of chronology with this. It just won't work. It won't work at all. All right, now I'll take your second question, which is... I see it here. Okay. Oh, Clinton Bailey's book? Yeah, it's Clinton Bailey's book, on the one on the Bedouin. Yeah, Clinton Bailey. Clinton Bailey goes into this to some extent, but actually the better source here was an article done by Friedrich Gardner in the 1890s. He's probably the first guy that sort of cracked this puzzle, and I sort of kind of picked up the rest of the pieces. He's the guy that basically suggested that these are not, the father is not necessarily related to directly in the line of the son. The son's directly in the line of the father here. So it was Friedrich Gardner in the 1890s that sort of cracked this puzzle. But it was my readings of Clinton Bailey that I sort of put the rest of the pieces together and go, oh, these are clans. Okay, so he follows up with a question: can you actually stretch that to hundreds or thousands, hundreds of thousands of years? I haven't done the math on this, but I did get the impression that it could be at least stretched to 50,000 years. So that's a good long time. I think it could easily stretch to 50,000 years. It would still fall under a young Earth creation, but it'd be different.
Not an American.
That's not an American young Earth creation schema, and really, it could at that point, it could even suffice for, say, both also an evolutionary model as well. At least a theistic or old Earth creationist model. So yeah, it could easily be stretched to 50,000 years, or more. So yeah, it's possible. It's definitely possible. But I haven't actually worked at the mechanics of that exactly. But I did some back of the envelope math a while ago, and I got at least 50,000 years. So yeah, absolutely, it could be stretched that far. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. I'm going to take a very, very quick break, and I'll be right back because I want more coffee. So Okay, we're back. Of course, as soon as I said I wanted another cup of coffee, my producer wanted one too, so. Okay. All right. Let's see now. Where were we? Where did we leave off here? Okay.
Huh? Okay, at least the most reliable brand.
Well, I'll answer that one. Okay. You got here Transatlantic Whirlwind for $9.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you think your Peter N's NIVAC book on the Exodus is a good place to start? I don't. Also, when Jesus argued against divorce, he was using Dead Sea's drill community and diaspora Jewish community arguments. Okay. I'm going to pass on the divorce question because I'm not really sure what the issues are there. But let's talk about a bit about Peter Enns. Now, not a huge fan of his work. I think if you want to, frankly, to be honest, I think if you want a great place to start on readings about the Exodus, I would start with James Hoffmeyer. I think he's got James Hoffmeyer has some very good books, especially his Israel and Egypt book. I think that one is very good. Now it's long in the tooth. He's doing a second edition. Right now, Jim's over in Sudan, excavating at Nuri. I wish I was there, honestly, because I'd love to excavate at Sudan. Because digging in Sudan has some certain advantages that you don't get in Egypt. Like, for example, you're allowed to take some stuff home. So that would be just thrilling. I'd love to be able to go there, take some pieces of pottery home. Nothing archaeologically significant, but still, stuff that I could use as teaching materials. So, yeah. I would have loved to have gone with him to Sudan, but couldn't. So, but yeah, I would start with James Hoffmeyer's works on the Exodus. Kenneth Kitchen's done some good stuff too. But I don't so much like, say, Peter Enns' work. I can't remember the exact reasons why, but I do remember it's something. If I recall right, it's something like Feynman's view, if I recall correctly. So, but it's been a while since I looked at Peter Enns. All I remember really is I just didn't like his work when I read it, but it's been a long time too. So, as I said, I would start off with some materials that are, say, less skeptical. But then again, once you say take a start with something like that where you've got, say, a framework, then you can read whatever you want. I mean, by all means, read Peter Enns. I'm not dissuading you from reading Peter Enns. I just don't think he's the best to start with. That's a difference. I think it's I think you can, I think he's got some valuable insights. I think he's got some, he's definitely a consensus scholar. So, but, read some other views as well. So, that's sort of where I think that's how I would start. I'd start with, as I say, James Hoffmeyer's work on, say, Exodus, and then branch out from there. And I'm a big proponent, by way of reading widely. I just don't read widely for the foundational material. I want a good place to start. I want a solid place to start by a good evidentialist. And that's the key here. Is I want when I do these sorts of readings, I want to start my reading with somebody who's a good evidentialist. Then I'm more than happy to read from there, say, more speculative materials, liberal scholarship. As I say, I'm a big fan of the Hermeneia commentary series. I know it's all liberals. I know it's all skeptics, but hey, that's fine. They have valuable things to say too. But I want that foundation that's very evidentialist. But that's a personal thing. That's, you might your experience with him might be different. But that's sort of where how I usually go on these things. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Again, I'm really not sure what you mean here by the divorce question. But maybe if you rephrase it, it might make more sense to me. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay. Lion Farm for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Okay. Wait. I'm gonna take this here. Then we'll get back to this one. I was asking about Jesus's view on discourse and polygamy. That's what David Instone Brewer was saying about his argument being from the Dead Sea Scroll community. Okay. Well, scroll is different than drill. So, okay. So, and the diaspora. Okay. This question makes more sense. Okay, this makes more sense. Now, it is possible that of some of what Jesus's discourse on, say, divorce and polygamy, was very much could have been informed by the diaspora community, because you did have a lot of, say, teachings that were being brought in from the diaspora community into, say, Jewish thought in the first century. So that's definitely possible. Now, I don't know the specifics of those arguments, so again, I'm going to have to be very cautious about this, but I can definitely see this as being possible too. Like, for example, there was at the time floating around the idea in the diaspora community that a man could divorce his wife for any reason at all, or no reason, and that the idea that divorce and remarriage then became a revolving door that would result in polygamy. That's a very, very reasonable thing to say, given how the diaspora community was at the time in first century Judea. So you have these people coming in from the outside with those ideas of revolving door divorce. And yeah, okay, absolutely. Jesus's complaint is, in many respects, a indictment against polygamy. Very much so. So that's not completely unreasonable. But again, I don't know David Instone Brewer's specifics on the argument, so I'd probably have to leave it at that point. But yeah, that's definitely at the heart of Christ's critique of divorce for any reason. And basically, at that point, Christ limits divorce to some very specific circumstances. So anyway, I hope that helped. It made more sense when you rephrased the question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay. Okay, now back here. Okay, to Lion Farm for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Can you rebuke these heathens saying the Most High Yah makes to Neolithic the Asherah in Eilat that was dated by radiocarbon analysis to 4550 BC. I don't understand this question.
What you said about it is going to have to ask.
You're going to have to clarify this. Because I don't understand what you're asking here. We can break these down into little pieces, like, can he rebuke heathen saying the Most High Yah? Probably not going to be very effective against pagans, because they don't recognize the authority of Yahweh. Okay? So there's that. The Neolithic Asherah in Eilat, I have no knowledge of this. I've never heard of this before. Dating it to 4550 BC is a dicey proposition, because the error of radiocarbon when you hit that 6,000 year range is just crazy wild. So I'm going to have to sort of defer this unless you sort of give me more specifics here, because this is not a lot to go on, and I don't know anything about. I haven't heard anything about this.
Burial in a
Okay, I haven't read that, so I'm gonna have to plead ignorance on this one. He says, see if I can see it on here. Yeah, I don't know much about the Neolithic period, so for me, this is before my time of interest, period of interest. So, I mean, you're talking here even before, say, the Egyptian period, even before the first pharaohs of Egypt, before the first kings of Egypt. So you're talking here Nagata II culture as far as its comparative. So, and Lion Farm says it's a 2022 find. Basically rebuke how some say the Most High was married to the grove. Oh, I see what you're getting at here. Okay. So it sounds like what you're asking is, can you rebuke people who are basically saying that Yahweh was married to Asherah, because we find Asherah predating our earliest references to Yahweh? Well, you're not going to be able to rebuke them, okay? So they're just they're going to say what they're going to say. And if they're trying to basically say that Yahweh was married to Asherah, an Asherah pole, there's a lot of, not just say the dating of an Asherah pole, which is kind of suspect anyway. But when did the Israelites start to worship Yahweh himself? That's going to be an issue as well, because it's pretty clear that the Israelites did not adopt Yahweh as a god until around 1265. So, but again, a lot of these, and my thought on Asherahs anyway, is that while these poles were present as votive figures, they weren't referred to as Asherahs. That name Asherah does not seem to come into, say, into Canaan as such until the Middle Bronze Age. So it doesn't go back all that early. So just because there is a sacred tree doesn't necessarily mean it's an Asherah. So there's also that too. So there's a lot of issues that are going on here. Now I am going to have to read that Haaretz article to see what's going on there. So, but I can't probably say a lot more on this because, again, I haven't read the article. But, again, there's going to be issues there. Because, again, Asherahs as an identity aren't in Canaan until Middle Bronze period. But Yahweh isn't found in really Canaan until the Late Bronze period. So, there's going to be a timing issue there. So, explaining that to a heathen, well, good luck on that. That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. It's an interesting question. I just don't have a lot more of background information on this. So anyway, that's the best I can do here. All right, let's get to... Okay, the next one here is... from Transatlantic Whirlwind for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Will you join the one and holy Copostolic Church of the Holy Hiding and Copapologetics? What? I think it's a joke. Yeah, I think it's a joke too. But huh? I'm firmly non-denominational. Okay. I don't reveal my particular denominational leanings, whether I do the one holy Copostolic Church or if I do the Copa Mentalist Church. How I cope is definitely a theological persuasion that I do not care to reveal. So anyway, thank you very much for the interesting question. These questions are getting weirder and weirder. This is just getting weirder and weirder by the moment. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Well, anyway, thank you, Transatlantic Whirlwind, for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I know it's a joke, but, I gotta poke back at it, too. All right. Our next question here is from, or our fun fact here is from the Camelopard for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Fun random facts. Walrus means whale horse in Old English. Dolphins were called Maris Win, meaning sea pig. And pig originally meant young swine. Okay. Here's another fun fact. The hippopotamus comes from the Greek, meaning river horse. Hippo, Greek for horse. Potamus, river. Okay, so there's another fun fact for you. That whole hippopotamus is the river horse. Just don't try to ride one. That's all I'll say. That won't end well. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of agree with you here. I don't think dolphins would be too amenable to be calling sea pigs either. But
elegant and playful.
Yes, here, yeah, definitely. Yeah. But I do like the whale horse thing. I think that's kind of cool. I like the whale horse. That there's definitely a cool factor to the whale horse. So, anyway, thank you very much for the fun fact. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. And I hope you enjoyed our fun fact too. The camel leopard. But I just ordered my hippo saddle. Well, that'd be a rough ride. I'll just say that's a rough ride. If you can ride a hippo, you're a real man. I mean, I'll say that. Don't do it. It's not. Don't. Real men don't ride horses. They ride hippos. Okay. As and we are for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. What do you think of the recent genealogical Adam and Eve models that were defended by Joshua Swamidas, William Lane Craig, and Andrew Loka? Okay. I have not done the reading here. So, I've heard a little bit about the William Lane Craig one. I definitely don't know either Swamadas's or Loka's view. So, I am not quite sure even what Craig's... I've only heard just a sliver of what Craig says. I'd need more background information here. So I can't really answer this because, again, this requires a lot of reading. And I have not done that reading. So, I have limited hours in the day, and I don't get to do as much reading as I really like to do. So I'll eventually get to it, but it's just... Again, I've got a huge stack of books of stuff I want to read. I got a pile about, say, 2 feet tall beside my desk here of stuff I want to read. And, yeah, Kimmel apart. Dr. Falk not doing his homework before the exam. Yep, I have not done my reading. Yeah, that seems to be the theme tonight, is I haven't done my reading. It just happens, Some nights, you can answer every one. Some nights, they're asking you stuff that requires extensive reading. If you haven't done the reading, it's really hard to answer the questions. So, and then that's just one of the issues here, is if you're asking those really, really broad questions, especially when or specific questions. I mean, that's a very narrow question when you ask, Adam and Eve novel models by 3 different theologians. So, and these are not theologians I readily read anyway, because they're sort of out of my specialty, and I don't really get into origins all that much. So, I would have to find these books. I'd have to probably buy them, and then I'd have to, sit down and actually do the reading. And I'm having a hard enough time getting through the books I've already bought. So Addison Weir, Swamidas is a biologist. Okay. So he probably takes an evolutionary view, I would guess. But I don't know. I don't know where his persuasion is on this. I do know that Craig wrote a book on the historical Adam. I have not read it. I am just simply aware of it. So anyway, sorry I couldn't answer this one either, but it's just, again, I haven't done the reading here. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But again, I'm going to have to say, yeah, it's this one. I just haven't done it. Okay, Addison Weir for $1.99. Who's your favorite Old Testament scholar? John Walton. I really like his work. I find myself agreeing very, very readily with John Walton. I like John Walton as an Old Testament scholar. So he's probably my favorite. So, very thorough, very, very good, and writes in a style that's easily approachable. So there you go. That's somebody I do actually read on a regular basis, is John Walton. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And he's probably my favorite at the moment. But you never know. There might be someone else who comes along that I find very much interesting as well. So we'll see. But anyway, that's who I sort of gravitate towards at the moment. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Bev Duat, good to see you here tonight. Thank you very much for the super chat. Happy Lunar New Year to you, Kiara and Merneath. May the rabbit grant you luck in the days to come. Well, gong hei fuck choi to you as well.
Rude.
It's not rude. Cantonese. But I was actually told something very interesting once from a Chinese person that that the year of if you were born in a certain year, and that happens to be that year is the new year. That's actually a sign of bad luck, not good luck. Yeah. So the year of the rabbit is bad luck for those who are born in the year of the rabbit. Yeah. So I don't know if that's true across Chinese cultures, but that's what I was told by a Chinese person. So if anyone wants to confirm or deny that, they can please do so in the live chat. But that's what I was told. Either way, you're gonna bet that I'm gonna start trying to collect as much rabbit memorabilia as I can because I love rabbits. So, any, I'm gonna hit Chinatown probably this week and try to find something here, just to hang on the walls of that have to do with rabbits because as I say, I love rabbits. So anyway, speaking of rabbits, she's decided to take advantage of my producer's momentary absence here. So they are very cute, but they're also very naughty. So, translate. I was born in the year of the Bigfoot. Yeah, it's when you start getting born in the year of the Thylacine that you've got some problems. If you were born in the year of the Thylacine, oh boy, you've got it bad. So anyway, that was fun. So anyway, it was great to see you here tonight, Faye. Thank you for joining us tonight. It's so good to see you. Have a great Lunar New Year to you and Patui, and wishing you the best. Okay. Our next one here is from BC for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Scripture says Jonah prayed from within the fish, but his prayer suggests he prayed from Sheol. Did he pray while his dead body went for a ride? Thanks. Well, we're not exactly told. Now, Jonah chapter 2 is poetic. It is very clear that he is at least in the descent to Sheol. Now, it does seem to be after he was swallowed. It does seem to be that he's on his way down, at least in spirit, if not in body. So, there's going to be some interpretive issues here. Now, let's pull up the Bible, because that always helps. And go to Jonah chapter 2, and we're just going to sort of parse this a little. We won't be able to resolve this, because this is debated. But it never hurts to look at the text, just to get some idea of what's going on here. Okay, so Jonah chapter 2, verse 1. Then Jonah prayed to the Lord from the stomach of the fish. So it's probably as he's dying here. And then he said, I called out of my distress to the Lord, and he answered me, for I cried for help from the depth of Sheol. Didst thou hear my voice? Okay, so he's probably continuously crying out to God all the way down. For thou had cast me into the deep, into the heart of the seas, and the current engulfed me, and thy breakers and billows passed over me. So I said, I have been expelled from thy sight, nevertheless I will look again towards thy holy temple. Water encompassed me to the point of death. The great deep engulfed me. Weeds wrapped around my head. I descended to the roots of the mountains. Now, this is in the underworld. Okay, this is the underworld here. The earth with its bars was around me forever. Now, this is a portrayal of... This is an ancient Near Eastern portrayal of cosmology. The idea that the earth has a platform that stands on pillars, and underneath that you got the waters, and underneath that you got Sheol. Okay, so the roots of the mountains are underneath all of that. So he's on his way down. Verse 7. While I was fainting away, I remembered the Lord, and my prayer came to thee into thy holy temple. Now that's a metaphorical coming into the holy temple. Those who regard vain idols forsake their faithfulness, but I will sacrifice to thee with the voice of thanksgiving, which I have vowed I will pay. Salvation is from the Lord. Then the Lord commanded the fish, and it vomited Jonah up onto the dry land. Okay. So, he's dead. Okay. But the question is, where does prayer begin and where does it end? It's more what's being driven at here. It definitely sort of begins, when he's swallowed. So that's where we're told the prayer begins, is in the belly of the fish. Where does it end? That's going to be the controversial bit. Does it end in the belly of the fish, or does Jonah continue to pray down into Sheol? It almost looks like he's continuing to pray into the afterlife. It almost seems to have that connotation here. Now, again, this is debated. It's a poetic passage. There's multiple interpretations here. But the text does seem to at least allude to the idea that he's already passed down into the underworld as he's still praying. So that's probably the best we can sort of grasp this here. But again, multiple interpretations of this. This is not the only interpretation. Many scholars have many different ways of looking at this. But I think what we have here is Jonah starting his prayer in the belly, ending it in Sheol. It's the best we can probably do given sort of the confines of the passage that we're given. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated it. Okay, our next one here. It's from BC for $2 Australian. Ooh, okay. Least and most reliable brands of hard drive. Well, we picked a better brand this time. Probably the best, the most reliable brands of hard drive are Western Digital. At least these are the ones we generally used when I worked in IT. So Western Digital has a pretty good, especially if you get one of the higher grades, like the red or the black. So if you're buying Western Digital Reds or Western Digital Blacks, those are pretty good hard drives. Now, the blacks are faster than the reds. The reds are for more slow NAS storage. But you can't really go wrong with either ones. Stay away from the Western Digital Greens. Those are not good hard drives. I like to stay away from Seagate. Excuse me. Yeah, Seagate was bad in the 90s. Yeah. So, I would stay away from Seagates. I know they're cheap, or at least cheaper than Western Digital, but I'd stay away from Seagates. They're probably the two major manufacturers of hard drives that are still around. There's also Toshiba's as well. Toshiba still makes hard drives. You don't see them as often anymore. They tend to be much more into laptop hard drives. They still make them for laptops, but Toshiba doesn't used to make bigger hard drives, but they don't anymore. But they weren't great either. Really, I mean, really, the market is more or less sort of dominated. The best hard drives are Western Digital. They pretty much dominate the market. As I said, Seagate will crap out. It really will crap out eventually. And that's probably what, I mean, frankly, the ones that failed for us were Seagates, to be honest. And I should have known better. It was one of those things I should have known better not to buy Seagates, but I did anyway because they were cheap at a time when I didn't have a lot of money. So it was false economy. False economy. So we replaced our Seagates with Western Digitals. And I know Western Digitals are good because we use Western Digitals everywhere else in this house. So, so those are my recommendations for the best and least reliable hard drive. I'd say Western Digital is the best as long as you get the higher grades. The Western Digital reds and blacks, avoid the greens, and avoid Seagate. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. And that's my high-tech opinion on this. Mouthwash for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why the spider mutants do pyramids, not cones? Well, isn't it obvious? I mean, you're going to have to, the spider mutants are going to have to do webs across the pyramids, you know? I mean, you need a good solid side there to attach your webs. You know? Cone just wouldn't suffice for the spider mutants. That's obvious. I think it has something to do with the compound eyes. Spider mutants have a hard time visualizing cones because of those compound eyes. They need the extra facets on the pyramid so they can see what they're doing. So that's what spider mutants have to make pyramids and not cones. Essentially, it's the compound eyes. So, so anyway, I hope that answered that question. You're right, Buckley. Thank you very much. I don't know how much art is going to get inspired from these building spider mutants now. You know, this the lore of ancient Egypt and the Bible channel is just growing here leaps and bounds. It's just getting stranger and stranger. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay. Our next super chat here is from Addison Weir for $4.99 and yanking my chain once again. Tell us why you think ABR is the greatest apologetics ministry of all time. Oh boy. Oh, you are yanking my chain tonight, aren't you? Well, thank you very much for the super chat. I will say that ABR is the greatest apologetics ministry in its capacity to self-aggrandize. I mean, in all honesty, they have done probably the most thorough job of almost any apologetics ministry to promote its own agenda. I mean, they've been incredibly successful in this regard. Now, greatest of all time. As I said, it's the greatest at delivering its message, and there's actually a serious side to this. So, I know you meant this to yank my chain, but there is something interesting here that we should talk about, which is the fact that ABR is mostly run by missionaries. It's mostly run. It's not run by apologists. It's not run by scholars. It's run by missionaries. Because it's run by missionaries, they know how to get their message out there. And so they have been incredibly effective about this. This is why they've influenced the American culture so much. At least American Christian culture so much. Is because they've gone from church to church, seminary to seminary, denomination to denomination for 60 years, spreading their message. And they did it all at the grassroots level. That's an incredible accomplishment. You know, say what you will about their lousy theology, their terrible biblical exegesis, their dishonest treatment of the archaeological data. You know, all that aside, they have done an incredibly good job of getting their message out. Much, much better than Addison Weir. More influential than Answers in Genesis? In some respects, yes. Okay? I'll post that up there. More influential than Answers in Genesis? Oh, yeah. Okay? And here's why I say this. They did it. They did it without drawing attention to themselves. Now, think about this. Think about this for a moment. Answers in Genesis, they come rolling in, and, you know, they tell you their Answers in Genesis. They're going to put up Ken Ham. You know, whatever local, you know, chapter they do, they're going to put up Ken Ham. Ken Ham is the face of Answers in Genesis. Okay? Answers in Genesis really wouldn't function without Ken Ham. The same, you can say the same thing about Reasons to Believe. You know, Reasons to Believe. You know, they're not going to, I mean, the face of Reasons to Believe is Hugh Ross. Without Hugh Ross, there's really no reasons to believe. You know, even say, like, for example, the much now scandalized Ravi Zacharias Ministries, International Ministries. It's, you know, all these are pulpit ministries. They're pulpit ministries. They have one central figure, your keystone figure, at the center of it, whether it's Ken Ham, Hugh Ross, Ravi Zacharias, you know, and there's a limit to how much those guys can appeal, because they're just one man, and they're having to go, yeah, they're going to may pull in like a stadium of people at some point, but they're not going to be able to do that all that often. In the case of, say, Associates for Biblical Research, there's no key man. It's a distributed model. Okay. Any one of the Associates for Biblical Research can go to a church of 1,000 people on any particular Sunday and present what they believe. Now multiply that by 20 people. You know, 20 associates. They're going from church to church all across North America. That's an incredibly effective missionary model. Much more effective than Answers in Genesis. Sure, ABR is not as well known. I mean, as I said, you know, Answers in Genesis, you automatically associate that with Ken Ham. Reasons to Believe, you automatically associate that with Hugh Ross. Who do you associate Associates for Biblical Research with? You know, there's no key man. I mean, you got some that are more famous than others, like Bryant Wood and Scott Stripling, but Associates for Biblical Research has been very, very careful not to turn ABR into a pulpit ministry. And and
With the movies, you didn't even know some people were on.
yeah, yeah. Like for example, when we started doing our critiques of the Answers in Genesis movies, or not Answers in Genesis, what's it to? What's it called now? No, yeah, I got that on my brain too. Um, Patterns of evidence. Yeah, we didn't even know that people from ABR had been working on those patterns of evidence movies until we looked into this. I mean, at that point in time, when I did the first critique, their content consultant was Titus Kennedy, among others. And, we didn't really know who Titus Kennedy was at the time. He was a relatively unknown. Well, we also found out later on, even though he's not credited, Scott Stripling also worked on that film. So, ABR has got its hands in a lot of cookie jars and does not draw attention to itself. That's power. Yeah, a little bit like the Medicis in Italy, right? Yeah, sure. But, that's power. If you can influence the culture without exposing yourself. They're manipulating things behind the scenes. They're influencing people of money and power. Yeah. And they sort of hide behind these people of money and power to enforce their doctrines. So in some ways, ABR has been incredibly successful, much more so than Answers in Genesis. Answers in Genesis has sort of, really, as I said, it's so public that, people are sort of, going, I hate what they stand for. I'll write books against them. So you get people writing books against Answers in Genesis. Nobody is writing books against ABR. No one's writing books against ABR because they're not exposing themselves to the same high-profile criticisms. They're just influencing people. That's a kind of success. Yeah. And they've been doing this for 60 years. 60 years. They've been doing it longer than Answers in Genesis. And there's no sort of indication that it's going to stop either. We'll see what happens once Ken Ham dies. Once Ken Ham dies, let's see what happens to the Creation Park. Their dinosaur park. A lot of these pulpit ministries fall apart as soon as the key man dies. A lot of them do. They just can't sustain themselves after the death of the key man. Like, yeah, I know he replaced him. How long is that going to last? How long is that going to last without Hugh Ross? Hugh Ross is still a figurehead at Reasons to Believe, and I know
everybody still.
Yeah, we identify Reasons to Believe with Hugh Ross. Fazell does not have the same charisma as Hugh Ross does. So, again, how long is this going to last? See, ABR, all ABR has to do to keep going is add more associates. That's all ABR has to do. It does not have to have a key man. And it doesn't. I mean, it has... the way ABR is kind of structured internally is kind of strange, too. They have a president who's really not a high-profile guy. They also have, say, more of a spiritual leader. This would be in Bryant Wood, they would name us, whoever was the spiritual leader of ABR would name us, who didn't necessarily hold an executive position. He would be sort of the sort of the guy that keeps people on track with an ABR, and then they would name a successor. Okay, and for a while, that successor of Bryant Wood was Douglas Petrovich, until he fell out of favor with ABR. He got into a real nasty fight with him, and that's we still don't know what happened. But there was some falling out with him, with Petrovich at the Bible Seminary that sort of resulted in him quitting or being forced out. And it's looking like he's on real bad terms with them. So that's probably it'll probably go to somebody else now. But that's sort of how ABR keeps itself organized. Is it's sort of the spiritual leader of ABR appoints a successor. And that successor, everybody at ABR knows who it is. So right now that whole thing is up in the air at the moment, but they'll appoint another one. Possibly Mark Hassler is probably my guess for this. Maybe Titus Kennedy. You never know. So anyway, there's so yeah, as far as greatest apologetics organization ever, well, ABR's in the running. ABR's in the running, especially for their message. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it, and I hope that I know you meant that to yank my chain, but there is a very interesting alternative question there that I hope is very, very interesting. Okay. I know we got a few more super chats. We'll take those here. We're getting close to the end, but that's okay. And then we'll take some non-super chats too, because I do think we have some here tonight. Okay, Cole Walker for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. I think you have answered this before, but do you have a book recommendation on prophecy in the Old Testament? Maybe I'll write it down this time. I don't have one on prophecy per se. But I do have one on poetry and poetics. And a lot of prophecy is poetry. So, what was that book now? Robert Alter, The Art of Biblical Poetry. Now, as I said, it's not focused on prophecy per se, but it will really, really help you to read prophecy. That's going to be invaluable right there. Because so much prophecy in the Bible is poetry. Knowing how to read it will infinitely help you here. So again, the book is Robert Alter, The Art of Biblical Poetry. Because if you understand the structure and how to read biblical poetry, you can start teasing apart prophecy. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Again, I don't have anything directly on prophecy. The problem with books on prophecy is there's so much garbage out there, too.
Most of the time, if it's in book format.
Yeah, most of the time, if it's in book, I agree with my producer here. Most of the time, if it's in book format, it's not worth it. So, I don't have any specific recommendation here on prophecy, but again, get Robert Alter's book on biblical poetry, and it's just fabulous. That's a fabulous book. And that book will not only help you with prophecy, it'll help you with the Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, even the poetic sections of the Pentateuch. I mean, it's a workhorse. That book is a workhorse. So that's what I would recommend here. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope that helped. Okay. Asin Weir for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Another of these chain yanking questions. Thoughts on Kent Hovind? Oh boy. Where does one begin with Kent Hovind?
It's a testimony to what how far having
my producer says he's a testament to how far unbridled confidence can take you. That's very politic. Well, you know, I have read Kent Hovind's dissertation. It's his quote PhD dissertation. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh, it was awful. Absolutely awful. Wow. I mean, he's got the same problems as a lot of American young Earth creationists have, except more so. Because he adds strange theories on top of it. You know, his view on pyramids is whacked, and of course, as an Egyptologist, that's gonna draw my attention. But he adds some Bigfoot, some Sasquatch, you know. He believes in the giant bones of American giants, which are tricks of photography and hoaxes. He believes in those I wouldn't say crystal skulls, but those fake stones that they used to sell to tourists in the Central America. I mean, it's just so awful. I mean, just awful. I mean, and some of it, creationism isn't even the worst of it. I think he's a morally bankrupt human being. I mean, the fact is that he's on wife number 4. He's on wife number 4. The only one he was actually legally married to is the first one. Wow, the guy can't stay out of trouble. The guy just can't stay out of trouble. I mean, he's constantly having problems with the courts. You know, there's, for partner abuse, for tax evasion. It's just, dude, give to Caesar what's Caesar's. And stop beating your wife. Okay? Just stop it. Stop it. What really bothers me is that about Hovind is how many people really support this guy. Even after all of this.
The tax fraud, the wife abuse.
I mean, this is one of the worst Christian witnesses I have ever seen.
Multiple wives. Both
I mean,
wives, when both your ex-wives come out and join together, there was trouble. Yeah.
I mean, all three of his ex-wives have come out and made statements against him. I mean, it's bad. This is bad. I mean, it's a terrible look. And so many Christians, back this goon. And, just because he says the right things, well, that's not enough. That's not enough. I mean, you have to, if you're going to be a Christian leader, character matters. Character matters. Yikes. I mean, I wouldn't think I'd have to say this after all the scandals of Christian leaders of the past here. But we keep having to say it over and over and over again. You're to be the husband of one wife. Gee. Pay your taxes. And frankly, the fact is that he didn't pay his tax. Now the way the IRS works is, they give you a demand letter, And you have the opportunity to pay your taxes. If you hadn't. Because they don't want to send you to jail. Jail costs them money. Jail costs the U.S. government lots and lots of money. They don't want to send you to jail. They want you to pay your taxes. So he had lots of opportunity to pay them, and he just refused. So,
the scripture, most Christians don't want to admit in the Bible. Give to Caesar what is Caesar.
Yeah. Give to Caesar what is Caesar's. Give to God what is God's.
That over and over and
yeah.
over.
Yeah, and Hovind just was told it over and over again. It's just there was no excuse for any of this atrocious behavior. But besides all that, this is a guy that rode into fame by doing Christian television. That guy should have never been on Christian television. Well, he believes in cheap grace also, yeah. That too. There's a lot of problems here. And you know what? Here's the thing. We're finding, the more we look into these characters, and this is one of the things that, for example, when we do these these popcorn reviews, and yeah, we do the ones on atheists because they say stupid stuff. But we also do focus on Christian leaders, who are, out in left field. Because we're finding problems not just with their archaeology. If they were just wrong about their archaeology, yeah, you can pay your money, you take your chances. But there's stuff wrong with their theology. And that's even more serious. And we're going to be doing probably the next sort of popcorn review is probably not going to be against an atheist. Now, we haven't decided yet, but there's a whole lot happening inside, say, the Christian community that, again, got to clean house. Because if we don't clean house, somebody else will.
And the best example is...
Yeah. Well, yeah. Because we got to take care of this, because it's a cancer. And the fact that a guy like Kent Hovind, has over 200,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel. After being, for him, legal problems are a revolving door. That's a problem. That's a huge problem. So,
no wonder
yeah, no wonder. I mean, non-Christians think we're a joke because of guilt by association. Again, he's a Christian, we're a Christian, same thing, right? No. No. Sorry, I've only had one wife. I plan to keep it that way. Yeah. No, this is... No wonder they make a mockery of us. No wonder. They make a mockery of us because of Ron Wyatt. They make a mockery of us because of Ken Ham. They make a mockery of us because of Kent Hovind. All of these individuals have evidential and theological problems. And we need to take care of this. If we don't take care of this, somebody else with a lot less grace is going to. And it's going to hurt a lot of people. It continues to hurt people. Ben Stanhope. He's now basically become, he's going through a deconstruction now. I mean, we saw that coming. I saw that coming a mile away. But, for him, it was Ken Ham. It was Ken Ham. And the view of Christianity that Ken Ham sort of imposed upon his Christian social circle. This is leading to people falling away from the faith. It's having eternal consequences. Okay? People are rejecting the gospel over these clowns, these utter clowns that are teaching secondary issues. Okay? Secondary issues. And doing it irresponsibly. You know, people say, oh, you shouldn't argue over secondary issues. Well, you know what? Secondary issues is what gets people out of the gospel. It's what's leading people away. You know, people aren't fighting over the Trinity. They're not fighting over salvation by grace through faith alone. You know, they're not fighting over the virgin birth or the resurrection. It's all over the stupid little niggly junk like American young earth creationism. You know, and because that's being irresponsibly taught, people are falling away from the faith. No, that's a different issue, and I don't want to go there. But I will say what Aaron Ross said. Aaron Ross, you know, he's a buffoon. Aaron Ross is an absolute buffoon. But Aaron Ross made a very, very interesting comment. And let me quote it here because I think it's interesting enough. It's an interesting observation. I'll pull up my database here.
You see, Tui, I hope is built on nothing less than the dinosaur adventure.
All right, open Trench Panda. All right. Now, I actually heard Aaron Ross say this. Let's see if I can find it here. I should be able to find it fairly fast. Yeah, okay. He said, and I quote, I'm trying to prove the point how dishonest creationism is. It works to my advantage as an atheist. If I want to make other atheists just show how creationism lies. Because with the creationism being such a false dichotomy, one of the many fallacies they rely on, once the house of cards comes down, it's all over. They go directly from rabid fundamentalist to hardcore atheist. But if I am talking to someone who is not a creationist, someone who compartmentalizes their faith or rests in philosophy, then that's a much more unassailable position. There's not a way to win an argument conclusively, so I don't bother. End quote. Okay? So listen, pay attention here to what Aaron Ross is saying. He's not doing vigorous argumentation. That's not what he's into. He's kind of lazy. He goes for the low-hanging fruit. He goes after those who believe in creationism, particularly American young earth creationism. Because that's the way he gets the quickest, most rapid turnaround results. So, even though these are secondary issues, origins is a secondary issue as far as, say, the broad scope of the historic Christian faith is concerned, it turns people on a dime. This is why this stuff is so dangerous and just needs to be torn out root and stem. So anyway, that is my thoughts on Kent Hovind. Well, yeah, Sasquatch. Good grief. But thank you very much for the super chat. My blood pressure is going up by about 100 points tonight. Thank you very much for the medical bills. All right. Next super chat is from the Fae of the Duet for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Next time, warn me before you do a popcorn review like that. I almost had an aneurysm. Well, the popcorn can't warn you. The popcorn keeps its silence. Yeah, well, apparently, Atheological also had a aneurysm when he saw the popcorn review, but for a different reason. From what I heard, he was furious. He was furious over it. So, yeah, I don't know what to say, other than we have to keep the identity of the popcorn secret. Okay. Yeah, is this all about the dunes? Is this all about the dunes? Maybe. Maybe. Either that or the dry heaving. I mean, I just couldn't get past that either, but... Yeah, he was really unhappy. He was really, really... But you know, the funny thing is, after I did that popcorn review, I had 2 atheist channels approach me, asking me to do popcorn reviews of their stuff. Yeah, okay, I'll repeat it again. After that popcorn review came out, I had 2 atheist channels ask me to do popcorn reviews of their stuff. Now, I would go, what? You're asking me to do a popcorn review of your stuff? Why? You know, nobody wants to be popcorn reviewed. At least not people I normally review. And they go, oh, it's great exposure. We really, really want this. And it's like, have you thought this thing through? So, we are getting people now that really... Now, I understand it. I understand why they want this. You know, it's again, there's no such thing as good publicity or bad publicity, only publicity. So, you know... I mean, it's like when they do their smear jobs on me. You know, whenever they do smear jobs on me, my subscriber count goes up. You know, the same is for them. You know, you'd think that a guy like Atheologica would just sort of, you know, benefit from the increase in subscriber count, because he's going to invariably get some subscriber count out of this. So you'd think they just enjoy that and go along for the ride, but you know, some atheists recognize this. You know, and these 2 channels were kind of on the smaller end of things, or channels that had stalled, and they needed something to pump up their views. And okay, that's fine. You know, I understand that completely. You know, my channel is growing. It's become much more successful than we ever thought it would be. So, you know, if it gets the attention of our channel, you know, yeah, that's gonna be a bump in their subscriber count.
Maybe they just have a sense of humor and thought Weekend and Birdies was...
Oh, maybe, who knows? Maybe they like being roasted. Who knows? You know, the whole Weekend at Bernie's thing.
I think Atheologica should...
So yeah, it was super, as I said, this was super strange. We did not expect, you know, atheists to come around afterwards and going, hey, can you do mine next? Please, please. I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, but you are gonna look at their channels.
Oh yeah, sure, I'll look at their channels. I mean, I have no reason not to. I mean, almost all our subjects for the popcorn review
They do have it.
are recommended by our subscriber base. You know, we don't actually go out of our way to go find candidates because people do recommend tons and tons and tons of different videos. So we usually pick from those. I don't think I've ever picked one video that for a popcorn review that wasn't recommended by someone. So there's nothing in the rules against nominating yourself. We've never made that a rule. So, but it's just really unconventional. So, so what can I say? However, Atheologica was not flattered by this. So we'll just have to leave it at that. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But, you know, we can't prevent people from having aneurysms because of the content. As much as we would love to. Okay. And we are at 3.5 hours in here now, so we are going to start wrapping things up. So we're going to probably start going through these super chats probably just a little faster now. Just because we still got a lot to go. Alright, so the next super chat here is from Historical Strategy Gaming for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on the Theban Mapping Project recent announcement? Yes, I do have some thoughts on it. They have announced that they're going to be expanding their mapping project into the Valley of the Queens, which I think is a tremendously great idea. I like the fact that they're going to expand this into the Valley of the Queens. On the other hand, I would be a lot happier if they also publish this in a hard copy somehow. Because the one problem I have with the Theban Mapping Project, and I've had this consistently with them, is that they run out of funding, their website decays, and then it crashes. And then you can't access it for months on end. This has happened repeatedly with the Theban Mapping Project. I really, really hate this about the Theban Mapping Project. I mean, I like Barry Kemp's work. I love it. He's done an excellent job on the Theban Mapping Project. The problem is that he did one atlas of the Theban Acropolis based upon the Theban Mapping Project, and it sold out real fast. Now it's out of date now, badly out of date, and version 2 of the atlas was an electronic form, and it was not, it required an app. So it wasn't usable. It wasn't very usable at all. Then they promised a version 3 that never came out. I would have loved to have all that information from the Theban Mapping Project in hardbound, in hardcover. Just because it's the Theban Mapping Project is so important and so incredible a resource. It should that information should be easily available. But I also think too that the Theban Mapping Project has a never-ending problem with funding to keep things running. I think this is an issue. It is a constant issue with them. So while I'd love for them to map Valley of the Queens, I also want them to stay afloat too. Their websites are the farthest thing is from ever. You know, it's used to say that if you put something on the internet, it never goes away. This is not true with the Theban Mapping Project. It's constantly going down. It's constantly going away. So, I hope they do an atlas, a proper atlas. You know, that they either bring version 3 to fruition or do version 4 with the Valley of the Queens. That would be fantastic. But I'm not counting on this thing staying up because it's always had this problem. It's had this problem for over 2 decades. Because they can't afford it. They keep hiring grad students to run their websites. And then they run out of money, or they graduate, or... Yeah. Mostly times they run out of money. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay. The Kimolo part for $1. Thank you very much for the super chat. It's a super sticker, I guess, technically. Very much appreciated. I don't see a question here associated with it, but I'll look down, and if I see a question, I'll answer it. So anyway, thank you for your support of this channel. We really appreciate it, and we really couldn't do this without your help. So thank you very much. Oh, there is a question. Okay. Did Matthew invent the Sermon on the Mount as a summary of Yeshua's teachings, or was it an actual event? I think it was an actual event. Do you think it was synonymous with the Sermon on the Plain in Luke? I would have to look at that in further detail. But the Sermon on the Mount does seem to have been an actual event. It is Christ's encapsulation of the absolute dauntingness of the law. So, basically, Christ is taking Jewish theology and Jewish views of the law and then raising the bar. And that's the whole point of the Sermon on the Mount, is to say, the bar is so high, you can't reach it. So, this is absolutely consistent with the teachings of Jesus Christ. Completely consistent. So I don't think it's a made-up thing. I don't think it's a summary by Matthew. I do think it's an actual teaching. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Again, it's consistent with basically what the Pharisees taught, just amplified. Raised the bar even higher. So, that's... So I think in the case of, I think both of these are, events that had happened. Now, in the case of what's happening in Luke, I'd have to compare the two, because there are parallel accounts in the Gospels, and I'm not sure exactly how that fits with the Sermon in the Plain. So, with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay. Addison Weir for $1.99. Ancient Egypt, you just really are loving these chain anchors tonight, aren't you? Ancient Egypt never existed. But you know what? There are some people who say that. I mean, there was this one real loon that was... I remember this one real loon on... who used to say that the Roman Empire never existed. And she was serious. Absolutely serious. I saw her being taken apart by Metatron over this. But she was absolutely certain that the Roman Empire has never existed. Now, it's crazy, it's loony, but people say all sorts of crazy, loony things these days. And this would not surprise me if somebody... I see BC's comment here. I got told yesterday that Egypt never had slaves. Oh, yes, it did. Yes. So, you get people saying all sorts of crazy stuff who just don't know anything about ancient history or anything like that. And, the same people who would say that the Roman Empire never existed would be very, very comfortable with the statement ancient Egypt never existed. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Even though it was there to elicit a response, I very much appreciate your support of our channel. Okay. another Addison Weir for $4.99. I'm adding to your Hebrew-Egyptian combo assignment. You must now add a Greek and Aramaic word. Oh boy. Yeah. Well, first of all, I don't read Aramaic, so that's going to be out right there.
I thought that we could come up with it at 3.
Yeah, that's one language I didn't learn. So, again, there's limits to my knowledge. I've learned a lot of ancient languages, but that's just not one in my repertoire. So I would have to learn some Aramaic first before I even attempted that. So anyway, another fun assignment that's going to go by the wayside. I never was much for homework. Anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. And I think we are getting close to the end here. I think. All right. Lion Farm for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. The Most High Yah wasn't married to Asherah. Edify. Okay. We get the idea that Asherah was married to El from, say, the Ugaritic texts. Okay, there's a allusion to it there. However, the connection that most is often drawn by saying that Yahweh was married to Asherah comes from the Tel Ajrud in Ostraca. Now, here's the thing: the Tel Ajrud Ostraca are not without problems. Now, there's a text along the top that says Yahweh and his Asherah, and then off to far away is you have two figures. Now, some archaeologists will say, oh, you see, now that's a picture of Yahweh, and beside him is his wife Asherah. Now, there's some problems here. First of all, both those figures have, well, male parts. Okay? Both those figures have male parts. Second issue is Asherah here is not a proper name. It's got a pronoun attached to it. So because it's not Yahweh and Asherah, but Yahweh and his Asherah, this implies that what we have here is Yahweh plus a cultic object, not the name of the goddess. Okay? So while, for example, in the Ugaritic texts, we do have, say, Asherah almost being used as a proper name, the Tel Ajrud in Ostraca doesn't seem to be using it in this way. So it's sort of taking two separate uses of Asherah and kind of mashing them together to imply that Yahweh was married to Asherah. Because the Asherah of Ugaritic text is married, but does seem to be that Tel Ajrud is using it in a way of, say, a cultic device, not a connection in marriage. So I think here that's highly problematic. So I have no doubt that some of the Israelites put up Asherah poles around Yahweh worship. We do know that they were idolaters. Okay? I don't see any problem with that. I don't even think that it's necessarily a problem that some Israelites thought that Yahweh was married to Asherah. Okay? That's also very conceivable. Again, given the polytheistic nature of early Israelite culture. However, drawing that from the textual evidence is a different matter entirely. As historians, we're supposed to base our opinion on the evidence, not on necessarily mashups and conjectures born out of, what we're reading into the evidence. So for me, this is an evidential problem. This is not so much a theological problem. If the ancient Israelites believed this, and you had basically a cult of Yahweh that was, say, a monarchical monotheist cult, and then you had, aberrational cults of Yahweh where he's married to Asherah, that's not inconsistent with what we find in the Bible. Not at all. Because we do know that the Israelites set up Asherah poles. They did practice polytheism. So that would be consistent with what we see in the Bible. So I'm not against this idea of some inscription having, Yahweh married to Asherah. I just don't think this is the inscription that gives this to us. So, anyway, I hope that helped clarify the situation. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, Transatlantic Whirlwind again for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. In Psalm 110, is there a difference between Adoni and Adonai? Also, do you agree with Walton on conversion in Jonah? I'd have to look up what Walton said. I don't know what he said about Jonah off the top of my head. Most of my readings on Walton concern Exodus and some of the Pentateuchal stories. So I haven't read his work on Jonah, so I'd have to look that one up. The difference between Adoni and Adonai is, very. It's only. There's no real difference between the two. I think they're both, say, my Lord. Okay. In the case, I'd have to know exactly the verse you're talking about here, but I don't think there's any material difference between the two, just off the top of my head. So, both are from the root word Adon, and Adon means Lord. So, Adoni is my Lord. Adonai, depending on how it's constructed, can just mean Lord or my Lord. So a lot of this is going to depend upon how the actual Hebrew is constructed. It's too difficult to tell this from the English. So I'd actually need verses here to compare. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Again, we're trying to get through this kind of quickly now because we're like 15 minutes now, 4 hours. And sometime tonight, I'd like to go to bed. I know that seems a ridiculous thing to expect, but hey. Of course, Ass and Weir is probably going to keep me up some more. All right, Ass and Weir for $4.99. Speak of the devil. What's the most hilariously uninformed thing you've heard someone say about Egypt and or the Bible? Oh, goodness. Okay. Here's one of the most ridiculously uninformed things I have heard someone say about Egypt and or the Bible. It actually comes from Michael Shermer. Okay? Michael Shermer is the head of the the American Skeptical Society or something like that. Big name skeptic. I heard him once say that if there was an Exodus, the Egyptians would write it down and we'd have those records. Crazy uninformed thing to say. Crazy uninformed thing. It misunderstands how little we have of Egyptian records, of the whole issues of archaeological preservation, or what we have from, say, even the royal courts. Incredibly uninformed.
It also misses the point of...
Yeah, that's true as well. It also misses the point of why the Egyptians wrote things down.
They didn't write
Well, yes, that's true. They didn't write down failures, but the reason they didn't write down failures is these are religious documents. Most of what the texts we have from Egypt are religious documents. And religious documents that are meant to be offerings in voice and in writing made to gods. And you just don't record your failures in that.
You don't offer.
They didn't put secular history up on the walls.
You don't offer your failures.
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't notice that.
As my producer says here, you don't offer up your failures to your God. You kind of hope he doesn't notice it. Or overlooks it.
Yeah.
Okay? So it's so stupid and uninformed because it misunderstands why the Egyptians did what they did. The other thing that I've heard people say constantly that is that Egypt was an empire. Boy, I hear that one a lot too. Egypt had this ironclad empire over Canaan. It really didn't. It had a hegemony. It had sort of hegemonic control over Canaan, but it didn't really ever have an empire. Empires were expensive. They're really expensive. Egypt had a hegemony for economic purposes, essentially to import goods into Egypt to offset its barter economy to hedge 3,000 years of inflation. That's why they had a hegemony. You bring stuff from the outside into Egypt, raw goods, supplies, metals, woods, all that stuff, to lower the price of everything. So essentially, if we're talking supply and demand economics, you're raising the supply to meet the demand and thus lowering the price of everything. Okay? So Egypt didn't want to control an empire because empires are expensive. It takes money and resources to control an empire. They wanted tribute. That's what they wanted. And they wanted to hit tribute in the cheapest way possible. So how they accomplished this was by setting up garrison towns. Basically, these small garrison towns that were not largely manned, or at least very sparsely manned. The largest garrison town only had 1,000 people. And most of those weren't even soldiers. Most of them were support people. So Egypt didn't really have an empire. It had a hegemony. And it was all because of economics, pure economics. So anyway, there you go. Two stupid things I've heard, and uninformed things I've heard people say about Egypt and the Bible. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, Transatlantic Whirlwind for $4.99. He says, in Luke 111:19, I don't think there's 111 chapters in Luke. You must mean chapter 11. Jesus mentioned how their sons' cats, I think you mean cast out demons. Do you know how they did this? Okay. There have been some works done, I know, on Jewish demonology. Okay? Yeah, okay. Yes, okay. 11. Let's pull up the Bible anyway. So, Luke, chapter 11, verse 19. Okay. And we'll start at verse 18. And if Satan is also divided against himself, how shall his kingdom stand? For you say, I cast out demons by Beelzebub. And if by Beelzebub cast out demons, by whom do your sons cast them out? Consequently, They shall be your judges. Okay. So we don't exactly know how or what sort of rituals they performed. We do have some fragmentary texts on this, but as I said, they're very fragmentary. We don't have, say, full exorcist manuals from, say, the Second Temple period. We do, as I said, we do have some fragmentary texts, but they don't give us a lot of information. We know that they did it. We know that they practiced it. But we don't exactly know how they did it. We don't know their formulas. We do know that there was sort of one of the things that they did was repetitive prayer. That was one thing. And so you like the Seven Sons of Siva, one of their techniques was repetitive prayer. They would do they had their sort of liturgies, exorcism liturgies, and they would repeat the same prayers over and over and over and over again. Driving out the demons by boredom.
Wait,
They bored the demons out of them. So this was not uncommon that you have that repetitive nature of these exorcisms, but we don't know the exact nature of those liturgies because those books were very valuable. People would resell them upon the exorcist's death, and they'd be used until they wore out. So we don't any book that gets a lot of wear and tear is unlikely to survive. So that's what we find a lot in with these exorcist manuals is the wear and tear of them they didn't survive. Now, what made, say, Christian exorcism so remarkable to, say, the Jewish mind was it wasn't repetitive. It really was very simple. I mean, there were no smudge sticks, incense burning, candles, waving of silver implements, repetitive prayers out of these large manuals and spell books. All of that stuff, Christian exorcism pretty much did away with in the first century. And basically just simply cast them out in the name of Jesus Christ. And it was done. It was fast. We don't exactly know. We don't have many reports on how effective it was either. The sons of, say, the Jewish elders who cast out demons. There's no record of how effective it was or exactly the specific practices because they tended to keep that stuff secret too. That's the other thing too, is exorcists were practice a trade. They were practicing a trade. So these were professions that were passed down family lines. So if your father was an exorcist, chances are you became one too. And the manuals were copied inside of families. They had their own specific formulas that were passed down generation to generation. And they were a part of keeping all the business inside the family. So there's a lot that's kind of going on there that prevents us from knowing exactly how they did it or how successful they were. So anyway, I'm going to sort of end the question there. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. It's an interesting question. I wish we knew more. Okay, the next one here, and we got some more coming in. Okay, Tim Yara for 2 British pounds. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is Micah 4:2 prophecy of Luke 8:44 wings equals fringe? All right, let's take a look here. Micah. Chapter 4. Let's pull it up. Now I'll start at verse 1 here since it's verse 2. It will come about in the last days that the mountains of the house of the Lord will be established as chief of the mountains. It will be raised above the hills, and people will stream to it. And many nations will come and say, Come, let us go up to the mountain of the Lord and the house of the God of Jacob, that he may teach us about his ways, and that we may walk in his paths. For from Zion will go forth the law, even the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. And verse 3, we'll just continue with verse 3 here. And he will judge between many peoples and render decisions for mighty distant nations, and they will hammer their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning forks. Nation will not lift up sword against nation, and never again will they train for war. Okay, so there is an eschatological bent here. It's, again, we're dealing with Messiah here, but let's take a look at Luke 8. Let's see what it says. $8:44. Oh, Malachi 4:2. That's different. All right. Malachi 4:2. Again, we'll start verse 1. Redo. For behold, the day is coming, burning like a furnace, and all the arrogant and every evildoer will be chaff. And the day that is coming will set them ablaze, says the Lord of hosts, so that it will leave them neither root nor branch. But for those who fear my name, the Son of Righteousness will rise with the healing in its wings, and you will go forth and skip about like calves from the stall. Okay, I know where this one's going now. My prima facie thought on this is no, and we'll explain that in a moment. Okay, so Luke 8:44. Yeah. Verse 43, and a woman who had a hemorrhage for 12 years and could not be healed by anyone came up from behind him, touched the fringe of his cloak, and immediately her hemorrhage stopped. All right. Now, I'm going to go back to Malachi. I can see what's being driven at here, but it is based upon this idea that wings and fringe are equivalent, and it's not. Now, what we have here is actually a reference to the solar disk, and this is one of those sort of more troubling passages for those who are doing this within, say, an ancient Near Eastern context. For Western ears have a difficult time with this one. Okay, very, very difficult time. What we have here in verse 2 of Malachi is actually the image of a Wadjet disk. Okay, and a Wadjet disk is a solar disk with wings. Now, the solar disk with wings is actually used by many cultures that have been influenced by Egypt. We find it on Hezekiah's signet ring. Okay, so right up until the end of the monarchical, the divided monarchy, it's a symbol that is used in Israelite iconography, even though it has its ultimate origins in Egypt. But for the Israelites, they saw another iconographic representation here by the winged solar disk. So they saw this as, say, the presence of Yahweh. Yahweh here is what's being represented. It's iconography of the solar disk. But the Israelites interpreted this as Yahweh. Okay? So he's describing here that solar Wadjet disk. But the Israelites took that, say, pagan symbol and reinterpreted it to represent Yahweh worship. And the Israelites have done this frequently. They did this with the Ankh. They've done this with, say, the cherubim on the Ark of the Covenant. You know, the two cherubim surrounding the holy space is definitely Egyptian iconography. But they're taking that iconography and repurposing it for Yahweh worship. And that's exactly what's going on here in Malachi chapter 4. Is they're taking pagan iconography and repurposing it for Yahweh worship. So this idea that Luke 8:44 is a reference to this, I think, is a bit of a stretch. A bit of a stretch. Because you're going to have to reconcile this with, say, the whole original reading of the text. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And it's very interesting. It's very interesting to do this study of iconography, of how the Israelites repurposed iconography. It's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Especially when you get into the more, say, material culture of ancient Israel. Because you start seeing it everywhere. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay. And we've hit 4 hours now, so any new super chats that come in after this point, we're going to thank you and move on. Okay? So we're going to do a cutoff here for super chats. Well, thank you for the super chat. We'll give it a brief comment, and then we'll just buzz by it. Because I am starting to get really tired here. Yeah, I get it. My producer says I'm funny when I'm punchy. Okay. Rats. Okay. Addison Weir for $4.99, who's trying to keep me up all night. Okay. For some reason, when I share the new Popcorn Review on Facebook, it still previews as Popcorn Review for January 2023. That's because of Facebook's caching. Whenever you originally give them a URL with the thumbnail, it saves that. It always says it saves one copy of that thumbnail. Okay? This is the way Facebook saves space. It doesn't keep old new copies of it. It just keeps one copy of the thumbnail for any URL. So if I post a link and you post a link, you're going to get the same thumbnail that I posted this originally with. So it's always going to be Popcorn Review for January 2023, no matter what. The updated thumbnail, because we do only announce we only change the thumbnail after the video starts playing, will not be changed on Facebook. Unfortunately, that's just the nature of the beast as far as dealing with Facebook. So sorry that you had been frustrated with that, but you know you just have to figure that this is how Facebook functions. Okay? So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and that's just going to be. Okay. VLN for $2 Canadian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on the validity of the papacy? You want me to alienate all my Roman Catholic subscribers? Is that? I think how the papacy came about was good. I mean, there's but it depends on whose story you're getting here. There's a historical answer. There's a theological answer to this. There's an ecclesiastical answer to this. Okay. So, so it's really going to depend. Now, keep in mind, I don't reveal what my denomination is. I'm an equal opportunity abuser when it comes to denominations. So I'm just as likely as I am to abuse my own denomination as I am to abuse any other's denominations. So I tend to be a straight shooter when I answer questions like this. Now, can you make a case for the papacy? Yeah, weakly. It's not a great case, not without a lot of equivocation. I think the historical answer is, in some respects, it was valid in as far as its purview as Bishop of Rome. Okay. I think there's no question that as Bishop of Rome, the papacy was valid. As leader of the entire Christian Church Universal, yeah, that's a stretch. I think that's a stretch, and I have some difficulties accepting that. As far as what are the powers of the papacy and what validity do they have, that's also a contentious issue right there. And it's even, to be honest, it's even contentious even within Roman Catholicism. So this is just nothing new. So, I think this is a complicated, complex question, and I don't think it's one that can easily be answered in, say, a 3-minute live stream chat or live stream question answer. Just because there's so many complex questions here. As I said, I mean, the ecclesiastical issue, okay? Yeah, okay, some Roman Catholic apologists will say, hey, okay, there's a magisterium here. That makes the papacy valid. Okay, but that magisterium would have to then be applied to the Eastern Orthodox sees as well, who don't recognize a papacy. So that's going to be an issue too, that you have two different ecclesiastical bodies recognizing a magisterium, but having very, very different ideas of what that actually means for church polity.
And both are direct descendants.
Yeah. And both ecclesiastical bodies are direct descendants of apostolic sees. So, yeah, there's going to be some issues there. Of ecclesiology, polity, authority, tradition. They're going to look at those traditions completely differently. And we're just talking here, just the divide here between, say, Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodox. We're not even talking here about, say, what the Protestants, when the Protestants get involved here. The Protestants get involved here, and then all bets are off. Because they're really going to challenge that. Does the history of say, the papacy itself has some questionable hiccups in, like, for example, the three popes. Who was the rightful successor of the seat of Peter? The one who spoke French. Mais oui! N'est pas possible! Je suis le vrai pope! Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I mean, there's lots and lots of issues here. As I said, we could just go on all night just on this one question. just because it's very broad. It's too broad to answer. But anyway, that gives you some it should give you some indication of how really contentious this can be. This is an incredibly contentious issue from all sides, whether you're within Roman Catholicism, whether you're outside Roman Catholicism, and it's not a cut and dry thing. It's just simply not a cut and dry thing. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. You've kind of gotten a little sense of my leanings here, but again, it's something I don't want to really treat flippantly either. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Transatlantic Whirlwind for $4.99. Well, thank you very much again for your incredible generosity tonight. What's your favorite guitar riff? Mine is probably Non-Point by Believer. Well, this is going to sound... I don't know how to say this. Pure Elise by Bach. Yeah, so so yeah, I actually play a lot of Bach on my guitar. I know it's a strange thing to play on a SG, but an SG is just so nicely suited for doing Bach. So, yeah, so I mean, I have Bach's entire music score catalog. So it's just like I'll just pick up something random out of Bach and I'll just start playing it. Because it just goes so well. It just works so well on a guitar, an electric guitar. And you do a few bends as you're doing Bach, and hey, that's just you can get some neat sounds out of Bach. So yes, BC says the answer is always Bach. Yes, but that's because I really enjoy doing classical music on a guitar. So, oh, sorry. Okay, if your release is written by Beethoven, okay, so yeah, so so yes, but yeah, okay, but yeah, Fury Release is probably my favorite to play on the guitar. So, but then again, classical stuff. That's what I play. So, there's a whole lot of good stuff, classical music that is adaptable really, really well for the guitar. Just because I'm musically illiterate is a whole nother matter, but that's what I play on my guitar. So I don't play hard rock stuff. I don't. I do compositions. I will use the guitar to compose, because that's sort of what my interests are musically. I love to compose. Absolutely love composing. So I will just take the guitar and I'll just sort of start getting that sort of how do I say it? In my head, I'll start hearing the music. I'll start hearing the music, and then I'll start working it out on the guitar, and then recording it. Not recording it. I mean, actually putting it on a music sheet. And then then I can do a proper instrumentation and orchestration after that. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated, and I hope that sort of explains my musical proclivities here. Okay, Super Jam for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Maybe you already answered this question before, but do you hold any particular eschatological position? Yes, I do. I do hold to a particular eschatological position. I don't think this is something worth, say, dividing over. I tend to be my eschatological position tends to be more along the lines of historic premillennialism. Okay, so I have a futurist view. I don't hold to dispensational premillennialism. I hold to historic premillennialism. I also hold to, say, post-tribulationalism. So I would hold to a post-tribulation coming of Christ. So that's where I sort of hold the second coming to be. So that's where I sort of stand on the whole eschatology thing. But again, if anyone wants to hold another view, unless there's only like one. I mean, I'm more than happy to hear other people's views on eschatology. That's my particular view on eschatology. And I don't feel strongly about that one way or the other. The only eschatological view that I think is really problematic is full preterism. Okay, and full preterism is a problem because it denies the second coming, and that's gonna be a problem for the creedal statements of the church, the words of Jesus. So I think full preterism is a heretical position. So that's probably the only, say, position that I would just outright flatly reject as being, this is a dangerous position. Dispensational premillennialism, where you have, say, a pre-tribulational rapture, I don't think it's correct, but people want to hold that. Yeah, sure, go ahead. I think the Bible is much more leans towards a post-tribulational sort of second coming of Christ. So that's where I sort of stand at the moment on eschatological issues, and I've held that position now for now almost 2 decades. Yeah, as my producer says, she likes to pray for pre, prepare for post. So anyway, that's sort of where I stand on this. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Aston Weir for $4.99. Again, thank you for your generosity tonight and your conscientious torment. And he says, Michael Bird recently wrote a book called 7 Things I Wish Christians Knew About the Bible. If you wrote such a book, what would you include? Oh, wow. Yeah. If I wrote such a book on 7 things I wish Christians knew about the Bible. Okay. I wish they would. First thing I wish they would do is read Genesis I wish they knew that the opening Genesis 1-11 is written with the idea of temple ideology in mind. So that's the context of Genesis 1:11 is temple ritual, sacred space and temple ritual. So I think that's one thing that needs to be in there. The second thing would be that Israelite culture is a clan-based society. People read the Bible, they see the word family, they think it's talking about the nuclear family, mom, dad, and kids. It's not. Most of the time, that word is clan. It's many generations, not just 2. I think the next thing is prophecy can be read in more than one way. So the concept of amphibole, I think, would be very important. The idea that not every text has a single reading. And this does not only just goes for the idea of amphibole, the idea that a text can be intentionally written to be read 2 ways at the same time. But I also think that this applies to just sort of how traditionalists approach the Bible for, say, with that one reading hermeneutic. So I think that's important, that not all, every text can have, say, several or multiple different interpretations and readings depending on its context, who's reading it, what faith tradition you're coming from. And I think those variables do need to be, say, discussed. You can't flesh them all out, but you can discuss them. So that would be something else that I'd include in the book. There's also the idea that prophecy is not a absolute, is not determinate. It's not fatalism. Prophecy does have a conditional aspect to it, so it's not fatalistic. So that's another thing I would add. What, 5 items at this point? I would also probably add something on the Exodus. I wouldn't have to decide what, but maybe that there is a lot of evidence for the Exodus. It's probably one of the most common myths I hear amongst both skeptics and Christians, is there's no evidence for the Exodus. It amazes me how many Christians I hear say that. And frankly, there's tons and tons and tons of evidence for the Exodus. Yeah. Idioms. Idioms are another one. There's the idiom of 40 being an indeterminate long period of time. But there's also other idioms too, such as cutting a treaty. That cut a treaty is based upon an idiom of cutting parchment. Another one is sort of the biblical death threats. Those are often couched in idiomatic language, such as, "May the Lord be between you and me when we are apart." There's that idiom. So, idioms are another thing that I think would be included in that. So there's a lot of fertile ground here that we can include in such a things. So yeah, there's absolutely a whole lot of stuff that can be put into such a book like this, should I ever decide to write a book like this. But yeah, if someone ever decides to give me a big enough grant where I can just quit my day job and just devote myself to writing books, that would be a cool book. Yeah, that would be a very cool book to write. Because I think more books like that are needed, because people's lists are going to differ. People's books are, people's ideas of what belongs in such a book are going to differ depending on what they see as important, what their primary issues are. Right? Because frankly, a lot of difficulties I face when I encounter, say, opposition. People will sometimes ask me, what's the most difficult piece of evidence against the Exodus you encounter? And I say, almost inevitably, I don't ever have that problem. I don't ever have that problem because the major problem I have most of the time is that people haven't read the text. I think if there's a number 7 in that list, read the book. Actually read it. That was my number 1. Yeah, that's probably should be number 1. It's amazing how many people don't actually read the book and then try to make theological decisions and, justify their beliefs based upon the text that they haven't read. Simply haven't read. And this is happening even amongst scholars. So, and this is the shocking thing, is people who should know this stuff cold haven't read the book, or haven't read the book in so long that they forgot what it said.
That's a lot of it. They read it in seminary and haven't opened it.
Yeah, my wife says, this is one of the problems we face. She says, noticed, is people read it in seminary and then never read it again. And I think this is a huge problem. This is one of the problems I had in the Titus Kennedy debate, was he hadn't read what's it called now? Judges chapter 11 in so long that he had forgotten who was the major adversary. So, you got to keep reading the book. And this is one, as I say, it's not just the laity that's doing this. It's our pastors that are doing this. They're not reading the book. It's our scholars that aren't doing this. They've stopped reading the book. All these people who should be in positions of teaching authority have stopped reading the book. But I mean, wow! It's just sort of blows my mind that's probably the major thing I think. I wish people knew about the Bible is to understand its contents. You have to read it. Funny that. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And
Interesting.
it's an interesting question. And hopefully that threw out some ideas there of what I would include if I wrote such a book. Okay, and is that the last super chat? Yes, that's the last super chat. Okay. I'm going to take two very, very quick questions, and then we're going to non-super chats, and we're going to call it a night.
It might be that their non-super get answered this week.
My producer here reminds me that if your non-super chats didn't get answered, you're always free to ask them again next week. So there's always going to be second chances to ask your questions, but it is very, very late. So we're 4.5 hours here, so it's very, very late. So I'm going to just do a quick scan here for some Q's and colons here. And then I'm going to call it S and we're no stay up. Dr. Falk says historical strategy gaming. The night is still young. Oh no, it's not. I'm not young. This night's not young. We're not young. Young people can do this. Me, not so much. Okay, let's say I'm flipping through here looking for that D.
Who needs to be awake?
Okay. Historical strategy gaming. So my vehicle's window wipers continue to run even when the wipers are supposed to be turned off. What do you think is wrong with it? I don't know. I'm not an automotive mechanic. I would check the wiring and corrosion on the switch. But apart from that, I can't really recommend anything because I know absolutely nothing about automotive mechanics. You might have a Christine issue here. Your car's possessed. Or is about to be repossessed. When people ask me if there's anything I haven't done in my life, I mean, I basically tell them two things. I haven't done automotive mechanics. I don't know how to fix a car to save my life. And I haven't done brain surgery. But that's, there's some issues there that, Yeah, I just those are things I don't do, and I've never done them, because it just hasn't been, not something I was ever good at. So
Starts feeling the urge to drink,
yeah, if you get the urge to dress as a 1950s greaser, yeah, you should probably be concerned at that point. Just say it.
Catholic Church.
I'm really sure not what the I'm not sure what the Catholic exorcist rite is as far as possessed cars is concerned, though. So, um, let's see here.
Don't need to open up a brain to.
Tim Miara said, "You don't need to open up a brain to rewire it for dozens of people." Well, now you could do this. You could combine automotive mechanics and brain surgery. Get those wires out of the car battery and zip, 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 zip. Worked for Frankenstein. Okay, let's just get close to the beginning here. So, okay. Uh, this will be the last one for tonight. Um, No, I'm going to take this one from Historical Strategy Gaming. It's an interesting question. It's a historical question. And it's a little bit gruesome. Okay. So, hope you don't mind. But he asks, when and where was crucifixion invented and when did it come to Israel? Okay. We're going to give you nightmares for tonight. Okay. Crucifixion was actually invented by the Assyrians. Now, the way they did this was they had a sharpened pole, and you were sort of tied onto the pole, and your body weight did the rest of the work. Okay. It was a very, very gruesome way to go. Now, this is not the first time. It will not be the Assyrians weren't the last people to use this. This was also a technique used by, say, Vlad the Impaler. So the Assyrians invented that form of crucifixion. Now, crucifixion on a cross proper was not done until, say, the Romans. The Romans take the idea of just, say, nailing somebody to a pole in a single straight line, and that was very popular too. By the Assyrians, they did this as well. So if they weren't using the body weight to kill you on a sharpened pole, they would hang you onto basically a tree trunk and let you just die out there. Okay, so that's really Assyrians are who we have to thank for the idea of crucifixion. Okay, but it's the Romans that perfected this on with the cross. Because one of the differences between, say, Roman crucifixion and, say, Assyrian crucifixion is Assyrian crucifixion, people died too quickly for the Romans' liking. The Romans did their crucifixion in a way that dragged it out. Okay. with with Assyrian crucifixion, you'd be dead in around 4 hours. Okay, you'd be dead in 4 hours. With a Roman crucifixion, they tried to make this linger as long as possible. So, with say an Assyrian, they would just tie your hands up, nail you onto that pole, and then just let you hang. They just let you hang. And there was no foot support with they wouldn't nail your feet, so you just die on that pole, and you basically asphyxiate. Essentially, you got tired and you couldn't lift up the rib cage, and you just asphyxiate. Okay, so in some ways, Assyrian crucifixion was a lot faster, and the body weight one where they strap you to the sharpened pole and let that do its work would easily kill you in a couple hours. Okay. So, a gruesome way to go, but relatively fast as far as crucifixion methods go. Now, in the case of Romans, when they crucified you, they nailed your basically drove the nails through the wrist. And they put a washer on there so that it wouldn't come off. So they thought of everything. And then they tied your hands to the crossbeam. So limited movement. There'd be tearing and all that, but you'd have enough strength to keep raising swinging your chest up so you could breathe. That combined with the nailing the feet and strapping the feet down at the bottom of the cross gave you something to push against. So a Roman crucifixion could linger on 18 hours. Easily 18 hours. It was a dreadful way to die. And as I said, the Romans absolutely perfected how to make it last as long as possible. Because they were doing this to make it to provide an example. Roman crucifixions weren't just about executions, they were statements of public policy. They were statements of Roman justice. They were making an example of the executed. So that, and then they did these on public roadways so that people went by and they saw it and they were horrified by it. So, okay, we'll answer that last. Okay, our last one will be with the Addison Weir. But okay, so anyway, it didn't come to this sort of form of execution did not come into Israel with the Assyrians. It came in actually with the Romans. So while the Assyrians might have done some executions this style in Israel, it really wasn't a common event in Israel really until the Roman period. And the Romans went crazy with crucifixions in Israel, particularly. Interestingly enough, you don't see very many Roman executions in Egypt because of the lack of trees and they didn't have the supplies to do crucifixions. So that sort of gives you the idea of when crucifixion was invented. I mean, it goes crucifixion in Roman in the Roman Empire goes all the way at least as far back as the Spartacus revolt. So it goes way back. I mean, the Romans really perfected this one. So anyway, that sort of explains where how the concept of crucifixion was invented, how it was perfected, and roughly when it came to Israel. Again, we get our first recorded crucifixions in Israel during the Roman period. So thank you very much for the question, and that's going to be our last non-super chat for the night. And we got a couple more super chats that sort of squeaking in under the wire. Okay. And we'll take Addison Weir's last then. Okay, because that one's fun. Okay. Algot Robertsons for 20 Swedish krona. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is this life and reincarnation if hell is an state? Okay.
In regard to
Oh, is hell as a state of being? Okay. This is in regard to that hell is a state of being and that you can find salvation after death. Okay. Now, there's a couple of matters here when we're talking about life after death. Now, the one thing the Bible does discount is reincarnation. Okay. The scripture says, it is appointed unto men to die once, and then the judgment. So that sort of rules out reincarnation totally. Okay. Now, the whole matter of, say, the eschatological state of the human being in the afterlife is hotly debated right now. Much more so now than it was, say, 200 years ago. 200 years ago, just practically every Christian theologian believed in eternal conscious torment for the unbeliever. Today, we're probably a little more circumspect about that because of, say, the global climate of today's church. But, regardless of whether or not hell is a state of being, that doesn't necessarily imply that one can find salvation after death. Now, there are people who do say, and there's nothing that rules this out, that somebody who didn't make a, decision because they did not have the opportunity, or because the gospel was never presented, or, say, circumstances beyond their control, might have the opportunity to accept Jesus as Lord in the next life. That's possible. They wouldn't reap the rewards of good service, but they would at least be saved. Okay? So that's a possibility. And it's a possibility we can't rule out. And mostly because the Bible is silent on those who have not made any particular commitment one way or the other. But at the same time, too, for those who reject the saving message of Jesus Christ, there is no alternative. Okay? Because Jeremiah 31 basically says that the new covenant is essentially the good news of the new covenant is that you no longer pay for your parents' sins. Because back before the new covenant, the old covenant basically said, hey, you're responsible for your sins, you're responsible for your parents' sins, your grandparents' sins, their parents' sins, going all the way back to Adam. That's a huge sin load. That is a huge, huge sin load. So the new covenant is basically saying, hey, you're no longer responsible for your dad's sins. You're only responsible for yours. Now, the new covenant, as instituted by Jesus Christ, basically then says, okay, yeah, that's good news, but better news is that not only are you responsible for your sins, but if you want, you don't have to be responsible for your sins because Christ paid the price. But that option's still there. You can have the option of having Christ pay for your sins, or you can have the option of you paying for your sins. And it comes down to this, do you reject God or not? If you embrace God in Jesus Christ, your sins are paid for. If you reject Jesus Christ, you're paying for your own sins. There's no second chance after that. And that's because it's very, very clear from, say, the book of Revelation that the eternal conscious torment is everlasting. It's everlasting. So even if hell is a state of being, whether it's, say, more of the leaping flames of the the evangelical um, repentant seat, or whether it's, say, more of an Eastern Orthodox response to, say, the intense holiness of God, is really here sort of inconsequential to what the outcome is. So, the second chance proposition would only apply ultimately to those who had not decided. But for those who had decided, the result would be eternal conscious torment for those who reject. So, anyway, that's sort of what the biblical position is on this. I know it's really hotly debated, but I think Scripture is actually quite clear about this. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. All right. Our last super chat and last question of the night from Addison Weir for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Oh boy, this one went late. Almost 5 hours here. This was too long. Okay. And he asks, what is your favorite ancient Near Eastern name for a bunny? Okay. We name all our rabbits, except for one. Our first rabbit was not named after an ancient Near Eastern figure. Our first name, our first rabbit was actually named after Guinevere of King Arthur legend. So we've always used historical names. But our second rabbit was named Tiglath-Pileser III. I love that name. Not the person, but the name. Okay, Tiglath-Pileser III was and he was a giant rabbit. He was big. I mean, big, 10, 11-pound rabbit. I mean, 3-4 feet long. He just massive, amazing, muscular rabbit. Just beautiful, beautiful rabbit. Very cuddly. I mean, he was a real cuddle sponge. So he did not have the personality, but it used to drive the vets nuts. Because they'd ask the name of the rabbit, and I say, oh, it's Tiglath-Pileser III. How do you spell that?
Nickname Tigly. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we often would just call him Tiglath or Tigly, but when we took him to the vet, mostly we would just say his name's Tiglath. They still asked me to spell that, but it was easier than than spelling out the whole name for them. So that was one of my favorite names to give a rabbit, and he was precious. Now, the one we have at the moment is Merneith, named after a queen of the second dynasty of Egypt. So she's very royal, she's very regal, and she lives up to that name. We have been attempted to name other rabbits by ancient Near Eastern names. We were once thinking of adopting a Netherland dwarf and calling him Khufu. The builder of the Great Pyramid of Giza. We also was thinking of naming a rabbit Supiluliluma after the Hittite emperor. I thought that was. But other names we've considered too are Shalmaneser, Sennacherib. Those Shamshi-Adad. It's just proper names to name a rabbit. Yes, we also considered Unis. Since his name, it does mean have rabbit in it. So we have considered Unis. We've considered Amenhotep and Ramses. So we we do have a strong preference for ancient Near Eastern names for our rabbits. So, there's a whole lot of interesting stuff that we could, we even thought of, even some Roman names like Pompey or Caesar, so, we've considered others as well. But we tend to stick more to the Assyrian, the Mesopotamian names just because they're just so big and cool. Cool. And the Egyptian names because they're also really, really cool. And they tend to fit a rabbit's personality too, which is even better. So, anyway, that answers your question, I hope. And with that, that's going to be the last question and super chat of the night. Okay? Now, I want to remind everyone to please come by Monday to the channel, Monday at 8 a.m., where we're releasing a very, very important Mana Machine review, or Mana Machine alert. No, we're just gonna show it as a regular video.
So the video is being released today.
Yeah.
But we're doing the round.
We're also going to do a roundtable that night, and there'll be a link going out. Okay, where we basically are going to invite people in on live StreamYard. So if you want to talk to me face to face, this is going to be your opportunity to do so. So again, this is an important discovery. It's a really, really cool discovery, and we think there's going to be a lot of people who want to talk about it afterwards. So we're going to have, we haven't decided on the time for the roundtable, but the video release for the Mana Machine alert will be at 8 a.m. And I think this is just going to be awesome, because this is probably, as I say, one of the most important discoveries I have seen in. This is like a once in a lifetime discovery, and it's solid. It's solid, which is getting harder and harder to find these days. So anyway, again, this is going to be very important. We're preempting our other regular scheduled videos for this because we think this is important. So with that said, we're going to wrap it up now. I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. I want to thank our super chatters who, keep food on our table and torment me for 5 hours. I also want to thank our Patreon supporters who helped fix our hard drives when they failed this year or last year. We're up and running again, and we're really, really grateful for our Patreon supporters who have really contributed to our Broken Hardware Fund. So we really, really appreciate that. Also want to thank our regular subscribers and those who watch our content and who leave comments and likes and dislikes, because all that feeds the algorithm, and YouTube loves a fed algorithm. So with that said, I want to wish everyone here a great night. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible.